part two. uh, Great. So, I said I was gonna keep playing more of this game, and I am. This game is. I mean, this was like my most anticipated release of the year. I don't know. It's 3 months into the year, but no, I was dying to play this game ever since they announced it, which was like 3 months ago. So I haven't been dying for that long. But like the point is, it was very anticipated. Um, I don't know quite how long I will go for right now, but I will go until I get tired or until I get tired of streaming, whichever comes first. Not really making any guarantee that I'll play the whole game on stream, especially because I'm sure, according to the dev, the later puzzles in the later areas can get pretty difficult. Look, there's a fountain there. Spot. Something. But at least while we're doing all these easy puzzles, and yes, even the 5-star ones are easy, honestly. As long as we're doing that, we keep going on stream a bit. Plus, since the game just came out this week, I honestly just want to support these devs as much as possible. So if there's any, we do this already? Yeah, we did. So in case anyone is learning about the game and like goes on Twitch to see who's playing it, there aren't that many people. So I am happy to be one of them. Oh, there was a puzzle here that I didn't do. Maybe it wasn't open until now. It's a 7-star. It's a 7. Extreme challenge ahead. Difficulty 7 is the highest in the game. These puzzles are diabolically tough. We recommend saving them until you've completed most of the game. As you gain experience, you'll learn subtle tricks to help overcome them. Yeah, but I'm not a coward. Well, but diabolically tough. We recommend coming back later. Do I look like the type of person who comes back later? Well, sometimes coming back later is a good strategy, sometimes it's a good thing to do. um I guess I can put it off till later. It's just like I could just like I'm down. I'm so down. But we could just get stuck on it for literally hours. So when you look at it that way, it's like, well, maybe it's not the best use of our time right now. If I had to do this though, like what would I do? Like if I had to start this puzzle, how would I start it? Uh, I think like the easiest starting point, I think I will take their advice and come back later, but I think the easiest starting point is like when you have a Gemini next to a Delta, it's kind of like you can't just make, except you can, right? You can make a square and then you could put a square here and then put like a 6 square there or something like that. The top 2 Gemini are a square or a horizontal 3x2. Like these. Yeah, I was gonna say, not even sure what you're saying, but I feel like it won't ever be that easy. Actually, I mean, what if it was a 3x3? No, you're right then. We do know that, right? How do you not fill in all 4 of these things? I mean, oh, a horizontal. It could be a vertical. It could be a vertical because then you could do this. And since that's like the most clever possible thing that the game might be asking you to do, I have a feeling that's probably it. Whoa, no. It can't be a 3x3. No. How would you make a 3x3? You can't make a 3x3. There's no way. Yeah, no. But a vertical with a horizontal is like a really cool idea. Like, your first instinct upon looking at this would be like, oh, they're both squares. That means that's probably wrong. So it probably is some sort of 3x3s, but we don't know which. But that's my guess, is that it's like 3x3s in some way. Like, let's say you did that 3x3, this 3x3, then you make a square, then you make like another square. I don't know. Because you can't. One of the most important thing, like you can't make 3x3s up here. Like you just can't. It will always overlap things in ways that are not allowed. So you could do something like that, and then you could maybe make this one like a square, and then make this one like a 3 or something. And then if you made a 3 on the other side of it, like it would have to be something. It would basically have to be this, because you can't go towards that thing. This thing could also be more 3s if you want. Here, you don't want a 6 on the other side. So what if you just do that, do that? Look, see, it's easy. It all works out if you just start filling things in randomly, right? It's all fine. What if you do like another 6 over here or something? Like another 6? Oh no, wait, you can't do another 6, right? Like if you rightmost, yeah, exactly. Like if you started with, oh, the rightmost, like this rightmost, a vertical, or a 2x2. Oh, because if you do this, yeah, you're encroaching way too far on their territory. So it's like you kind of know that this is filled in. You don't know if it's this or this, but you kind of know it's filled in, which means you also have this, but it could go further. You don't know. But like here, like let's say this was the correct start, which it probably wasn't. If this was the correct start, then you'd have to put a block here and then like a block there, but then this becomes a 6 and then you do 2 more blocks, something like that. And you put like a 6 here. Look, it's all working. It's all fine. And then that like becomes a block because it can't extend and touch that. So then you need a block on the other side, which means this needs to be like a 6. Means you put another 6 there. I don't like what's happening in this corner all of a sudden. Well, I would almost like what was happening in this corner. It can almost be done, but it's not quite working anymore, is it? I mean, what do you expect when we're just making, you know, random guesses? It's probably too hard to solve right now. Can I swap the 4 most recent? Sure. What are the 4 most recent ones that I did? This stuff. So you want it differently. Well, this needs to be a 6. This can't be a 6, so it has to be a 4. But that means this has to be a 4, and this has to be a 6. But I do like that we kind of figured this out. I think that kind of helps us. Like if we made this a 6 and we need something different on the other side. Oh, can we do a 9 and a 9? And then like make this another 6? Something like that. We could honestly just, can we like put another cube here? Maybe like another cube and then like a 6, a 6, a 4. Well, no, that's looking wrong now. Or no, you could do another 4 and then like a 6. And I think something has gone wrong again. But I wonder if I can just like somehow make it work. Probably not. Like, come on. You're not gonna get the solution by just doing random things. Is it close or does it just feel close? Yeah, exactly. What did we do down here? This felt a little too easy, just making so many 9 blocks. What if the thing down here is... No, it has to be a 9 block. But can we... No, you'd have to make another one, basically. So I do think that there's a little bit of mathing that you can do. For example, look at the bottom left corner here. There's like 5 tiles, right? You know you have to make a triple block here somewhere then. You have to. Because you can't do it 2 and 2 and then boom. So like you know you've got a triple block there. And could the same apply to this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You have 9 to the right of this thing, which means that you could do a triple, double, 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 or triple, 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 but you have at least 1 triple down there. Does that help? I don't know, but you know, it's something. What if you like kept filling in, like you'd have to do this, you'd have to do that, you'd have to do this. Things start getting really weird here. A vertical beside the 9, then 9. It doesn't work. I don't think so. So the problem is what we've made here doesn't work because it just is going to lead to like stuff like this. Like it just doesn't really work. So how do we want to keep working with this thing for some reason, or do we want to like change it? I'm sadly going to restart the whole puzzle. Let's use some logic. I really like the step you pointed out at the bottom right. That really works. So yeah, exactly. We can do this logically. It probably isn't even that hard, honestly. Let's just do it. So logic says that whatever goes on this thing, it cannot be a 9 and it cannot be a horizontal. So you have these two for sure, and you have those two for sure. Whether they continue further, I don't know. So again, some more logic here. You need a 3x3 in this corner. You need a 3x3 in this corner. Left neighbors are vertical or 2x2s also. Yeah, that's true. But I don't know where the division ends, because it could be like one here and one like this, or it could be, you know, this and this. Actually, wait, these two cannot be the same. So like you have to have something here and you have to have a different something here. They just have to be different. They cannot be the same, right? Is it true? It's true. No, it's not true. Fuck, it's not true. Because even if you have a 4 block, you can make it there and then you can do something else below it. So no, it's not true. Yeah. So, but either way, in this corner, you have to have a 3 block somewhere. So it's either here, like this is like you're playing Picross now, right? Like you need 3 somewhere. And that means that these 3 are all filled in together, for sure. These 3 are all filled in together. And I also know that horizontal 3x2. Oh, fuck, you're right. You're right. Yeah, it could be a horizontal 3x2 as well. Damn it. But, okay, but then these two are at least filled in together. That's like for sure, right? I'm pretty sure. There's no way these are not together. And that means that like these are together, these are together, these are together, these are together, these are together. And at some point, 3 of these need to connect and leave another 2. Whether it's in a 3 block or a 2 block. That's like something at least. Dude, the colors are so pretty, aren't they? And then what? What else can we do? Let's look at this thing. No, there's not enough. Oh, well, no, this is very similar, right? It cannot be 3 horizontal. Top of the left, exactly. It's the same thing we did here. So it's like you have to have those 2 for sure. Might be 3, might not be, but you have to have them, which means this has to be at least this. Great, that's something. I feel like if this is a 9 block, you have problems, but I don't know for sure. The Gemini beside it. Well, what can you fill in there? 2 or right, exactly. Oh, so you can do that here. It's just you don't know if it goes downwards or not, but you can do that. And then here you know you have these 2. Could go down, could go up, could go down and up, could be either one. You don't know. Okay. Next what? Let's say this did make a 2x3 like that. That's allowed, because then you can do this. Or even this. If it doesn't make a 2x3, you can make a 3x3. So we know that, like, down here, you need at least one 3x3, right? Because if all you do is 2x2s, you don't fill the space. You need either all of them 3x3s, or only one of them is a 3x3. The topmost Gemini is to be horizontal and vertical. This thing has to be hor and vert. Oh, it has to be? Why can't it just be like that? Oh, it can't be that, because then this thing literally has to die. Exactly. It just, boom, kills itself. It just can't do it. Like, there's no way, right? Yeah, there's no way. So we do know for sure that these are filled in like this. We just don't know if it extends down or to the right. But yeah, if they were just blocks, then you're done. You're 100% for sure done. Okay, that's good then. What do we know about these? I think we sort of know something here, which is that, like, let's say you made a block, then you would need to do a 3 and a 9. Like, you can't... You're using all 3 block types around here. Oh, what about this? Here, check this out. This Gemini cannot be a 3x3, well, the thing is, even if this one is vertical, for example, this one could be horizontal. But we do know that this is, it could just be a block, but it's not a 3x3. Oh, I think we figured something out. I figured something out. An L shape to the right of the Gemini, like here. Yeah, well, no, look at this. This is never a 3x3. It's either a block or a 2x3. However, look, you cannot make this a block. And you cannot make it a vertical 2x3, which means you must have this. That is the only thing that fits here. That's the only thing that fits. And you know that it's now blocked off on the bottom. So it's done. Boom. And that means this one is a 2x3 of some sort, but we don't know which way it goes. However, I think we can probably do a little bit of trial and error-ish. Like, if you made it go up twice, I feel like you die. Like, imagine if that thing goes up twice. How do you fill in the rest? You'd have to do this. You'd have to do that. That has to become a 3x3, and then you're dead. So, at the very least, this continues at least 2 downwards. Now we can try it even more. If it just continues upwards just a little bit, is this doable? And I feel like it still just kind of isn't, right? Like, it does work. Like this, 3x3, 2, and then a 3. Okay, that works. There's a valid thing, except it doesn't work here. Yeah, exactly. It clearly breaks this thing. It just breaks it, yeah. Is that the only way to... If this thing pokes up here, is that the only way to fill this in? I think so. Or is there some other thing that I'm, like, missing? It's kind of the only way. Actually, wait a second. Oh, see, I love it when puzzles work out this way, where while you're doing your weird trial and error, it just sort of makes you realize something that's true regardless. Look at this thing. It's got 3 tiles. It can never be a block. You cannot make a block in here, and you cannot make a horizontal in here at all. And in fact, not only that, but you cannot make a triple cube, because a triple cube breaks everything. That means that literally the only thing you can do here... Wait, have we messed up? The top, middle, left block vertically. Oh, right. That's still, I forgot that that's a thing. Yeah, because my own logic was about to completely break. I think it has to be extended vertically. And the reason is, look, if you extend it horizontally, how do you fill this in? You can't make a block because then you have an open space. You can't make a horizontal because you have an open space. You can't make a 3x3 because then it can't mirror itself. And you can't do this because it's the same thing. So this one must be vertical. Oh, but wait, let me erase this then because maybe it is possible to go up twice. Yeah, it is possible now to go up twice because you do like something like this and like this. So that, or, oh no, well, it probably doesn't work, but let's get back to that in a moment. Because we've made an even more important discovery, which is that this is vertical, which means this is horizontal. Yeah, it's horizontal. It has to be. We can lock those in now. Great. And now we know that we have at least these two, and it actually can't go any further to the left. The third row delta has to be a 2x2 on the right side. Yep, that's true as well. Holy shit, this puzzle's easy. It's all coming together. Yeah, because if you make it a 3x3, I mean, you just can't, obviously. And if you make it this, you also cannot. Yeah, it has to be a 2x2. Okay, perfect. And that means this has to be a 2x2. So those are all locked in now. Awesome. Great. Now, what's going on here? This can work still if you do like that, right? Yeah, that can still. But yeah, it can work because then you can do like a 3 and a whatever. So it's like whatever. We can't extend upwards at all for column 3. You can't extend upwards at all. Oh, that's true, because if you extend upwards, boom, you leave a little crack. Yeah. So you have to extend downwards, so it has to be this. Remember this thing, it could still go further, it could not. We're not certain. But so every puzzle has only one solution. Can we look at that? Like, let's say this were a cube. If we leave this as a cube, we can do this. But could we, is there another thing that we could do? We could also do, no. Because like if I can find 2 different ways to fill this in with this as a cube or not as a cube, then we know that that's not correct. Let's say it's a vertical. We could do 9 block, 6. Oh, but we can't do 6. If it's a vertical, then this has to be either a 9 block. No, it could be like that, like this. If it's a vertical, we can do that way. Is there any other way that we can do? Actually, never mind that. Forget about if it's a vertical or not. Just literally, yeah, exactly. I was like, just look at the delta. The delta cannot be a cube, obviously, so it has to be a 9. So we just know that, actually. And then if we want to fill this in, if it's a square, we can do it. And if it's a triple, we can also do it. So I think we just don't know about this corner yet, because we can do square, square, triple, or we can do, if this continues, we can do triple, triple. So we don't know. Huh? It's a 6 above the 9? No, it does not have to be. No, it does not have to be. Unless you're seeing something that I'm not. Because it can be a 4, a 6, and another 4. We cannot know how to do the top left corner until we learn what this thing is, and then we mirror it. So this corner is just, don't worry about it for now, it's done. So what else can we do now? It won't be one solution. Well, no, they're not both viable, because it depends on if this is a vertical 6 or if it's a 4 square. It's 2 options. but it affects this thing down here. So we need to learn what this thing needs to be. Okay. So it feels, oh, here, we can work on this area. Ah, yes, we can do this. This is actually really easy. Something here needs to be not a 4, but not a 6. And I'm fairly certain that means it has to be a 9. Because if you try to make this a 6, you just cannot. You just cannot. Yeah, no, this has to be a 9. Yeah. It just has to be a 9. There's no way I'm wrong about that. It has to be a 9. Okay. Next up, you know, it's always good to just really be certain of these things. You don't want to make one mistake and then like work off that and have to restart the whole puzzle wondering where you made a mistake in your foolproof logic. So next up, I want to work here and I want to work here. The delta has to have a 4 above. This thing has to have a 4 above it? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The Gemini. Maybe the Delta too. Yeah, the Gemini has to be a 4 because if the Gemini becomes a 6... Right, earlier it was like, well, I could do the 6, you know, there. But now we know that we can't go to the left. So it has to be a 4, which means this is a 4, which means we need a 6 here. And if we did it this way, we'd be screwed. So you have to do this. And that means you have a 4 and a 4 here, right? Clearly. Yeah. Okay, great. Next up, this thing has to continue up, clearly, which means it's a 4 here. It cannot go down and become a 6, because then you touch that thing and die. So that's a 4. We still don't know if this thing goes up 2 more and leaves a 4, or if it stays and makes a 6. So similar to the top left corner, we just have to figure this one out and then we get the rest. But that was a 4, which means this needs to be a 4. And that means this is not a 4, so it's obviously just a 6. Which means we know that this is a 6 of some sort. But we don't know if it's this way or that way. But we know that we can fill in at least this much of it. And it is a 6. Okay. Pretty good progress. Again, remember, we have to have at least one 9 block down here. We just don't know for sure which. But we're making very good progress. This is really good speed for what they call hyper extreme difficulty or whatever. So that has to be a 6. Can I just, like, what happens if I just say, like, well, if it goes this way, then center has to have 2 vertical or 2x2s. Right, yeah, exactly. Good point. We know, yeah, you can't have a block, so you have to have these 2 and these 2. Maybe they extend 2 more, but they actually cannot extend 2 more, actually, because if it extends here, this is dead. So I think we just know that this is a block. It cannot be a 9, cannot be a vertical, cannot be that. It must be a cube. That's locked in, which means this goes here, but we could extend it 2 more, probably. And so then over here, we're still really not sure, because it could be part of the 6 to the left, to the right of it. It could be its own block. It could be a whole other one. We don't know. We don't know if this is a block or not, but we know it stops there, obviously. And then this thing, we know that 2 of these are together and 3 of them are together. But that's all we know. Oh, well, we know this is a delta. But we don't know... It's a delta either next to a giant cube, or it's a delta next to a vertical. But since we don't know which, we can't really do anything with it, huh? No, we really can't. We know that we don't have a 6 here, actually. Oh, that's very helpful. Yeah, this is the next step. We know that we don't have a 6 here, and we also know that it can't just be a block, so it has to be a 9. We have to have a 9 touching this, so these 3 are all together as part of the 9. And then the 9, it can't go all the way to the right. It has to go left a little bit, which means that since this is a 6, it has to go here, and now it's done. We know that this thing is not a 6. Oh, everything falls into place now, because remember the bottom right corner? It's either a 3x3 and then some verticals, or it's all 3x3s. And clearly this means it has to be all 3x3s, because because it just has to be. It has to be a 3x3 here, and then another one here, and then another one here, which locks this in as a square because you put that in over there. Then this, we still don't know if it pokes out, but if it did, we'd be screwed, so it's just a square. Okay. These get filled in. Do they go further? I don't know. Oh, we know that the 9 block is not here. We know this is not a 9 block, which means that if this is not where the 9, if the 9 block is not on the right, then this is the 9 block. And then this is something else, but it has to, or does it have to? It doesn't have to. I was like, it could go up, but you could also just do this or something. Are you sure it's a 6? I think it depends on what this delta needs. This can't extend further now though, right? No, it could actually. It could extend further because then this could extend. But we're nearly done. I don't anticipate any more hard spots here. Let's say you have something in the corner here. It can't be a 9. Like, you have to have at least these together. You just have to have at least these together, right? So that means this has to extend. It means this... Hey, stop that. Which means this extends. And then obviously this has to keep going, which makes it a 6. Which means this needs to be a 4, which means this is a 6, which means that is a 6. And that means you put another 6 and another 6. Solve a difficulty 7 puzzle. How long did that take us? I mean, this stream has only been online for 32 minutes. Is this the first puzzle we did? Okay, so it took a little while, but it was not as bad as I thought. That was really good. That was a really good puzzle. That like really all came together. If you just thought about it logically, I don't know if I would have gotten it without you. I would have gotten there eventually probably, but like there were really just always these steps that you could take, and the logic for them was really, really cool. So there we go. 33 out of 33 plus 4. I do not believe there's any more hidden puzzles there that we've missed. So let's go somewhere new, which I'm assuming the place that we're supposed to go next is just here, I guess? Sure, teach me a new rule. All regions must be this shape. That's not a new rule, but okay. Doesn't sound very interesting. It's new because we haven't ever had to make a weird shape like this as our shape, but this is where I should be next, right? I guess. Yeah, it's clearly where the game wants us to go next. That shape called a tessellation. What's a tessellation? Smart enough. I think we just have like more paths that we can do. Oh, this place opened up. I don't think this was open. Oh, it's still not open. It's like, okay. Yeah, we'd have to go through here, but let's, I guess, go to the sides. Something in there. There's like a little enclave over there, and there's a big one to the right. A pattern of repeating shapes, often polygons that fit together, I see. Yeah, we've had to use like this shape bank mechanic before. All regions must be a certain shape, but it wasn't like fancy cool shapes like this. It was just basic squares and L blocks and whatever. Well, let's see what we have over here. Oh, no, more shape bank. We just gotta make some 3x4s. Okay, I mean, that can't be... This one doesn't sound very interesting, but, you know, sure. Is it just like work? Why is this a difficulty 3? Why was that difficulty 3? Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's like a little smiley face, kind of. That's his mouth, that's his eye, and that's his weird eye that's looking off to the left while this eye is looking forward. Okay, what are we doing? Oh no, my nemesis! We're making a thingy majig. I mean, something has to like pop up out of here, and it needs to leave room for this. So then this one, how do you then extend it? Not like that, not like that. Wait, what the fuck do you, huh? How do you make, you need to make an L and then something needs to pop out from the middle of the L basically. So is it like, oh wait, can you make it all? Oh, you can do that maybe? I think that is legal. I can't picture this. Yeah, maybe like that, and then like this, and then like this. Please, I hope this one just all works out, and I have it. Oh, it did. Okay, great. Cool. But for some reason, the one next to it isn't open. It's a little awkward. Why have this little area here, but then don't let me do the puzzles? Maybe some of them open once you're done with like the obelisk in this area, I guess. We're at 3 out of 18. Do these count as being in this area? I guess they do. All right, we're making a juice box. See, it's a little juice box, and as the straw popping out of it, it's a juice box. How to make juice box? Not like that. This, and then like this, and then like this. Tell me that worked. Thank God. Does that count as this obelisk? Yeah, it does. Now we're making a person sitting down. Stickman sitting down. Thank God these are easy, because otherwise I'd have a hard time rotating the shapes around in my head. Note what you know. The key to success in trickier puzzles is marking down partial progress. Merge cells when you know they belong to the same region. Draw borders when you know they exist. I know the borders exist. I can't prove it, but they're there. I know it. Do this immediately, even if you don't know the full shape of a region. Don't tell me what to do. Filling in the facts will reveal new ways to make further progress until the puzzle is complete, Luke. Okay, great. We just don't need to do this yet. It's not that I'm scared of it. It's only a difficulty 4, but clearly I'm meant to kind of do the sides first, so sure. Shape bank. On larger puzzles, guessing can get you into big trouble. Only color shapes that you know for sure. You can't tell me what to do. I know that. I know this. I know that. I know this. I know this. I know that. I know this. I know that. I know this. I know that, and that, and that, and that. What am I gonna do? Slowly logic out every step? Fuck you. I'm just gonna fill in the shit. No, it's fine. I can just make a few little adjustments. Where did I go wrong? Where did I go wrong? It really seemed correct. Yo, here. Boink, boink, boink. There we go. Yeah, screw you. Don't just guess. Only mark things that you know. Fuck you. That's how I always do puzzles, but now that you've told me to do it that way, I'm gonna do it with random blind guessing. Oh, fuck, man. These are gonna be my least favorite in the game. I don't enjoy these. I just really struggle with rotating the shape in my head. But we're basically just making a turtle. We're making turtles. This has to be the head of a turtle because it can't be the foot of a turtle. The head is close to the ground like that. Oh, I don't know about this anymore, though. I think if you make the turtle with its shell on the left here, you're clearly done, right? You're clearly done. So let's make the shell on this way. What's wrong with what I drew? Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. It has to be like that then. Yeah, done. Pretty sure that has to be that. And then you make another one like here, obviously. And then this one has to be like that. Which means this has to be a gabug. Has to be this. And then this has to be like that. And then that's the head of the turtle again, right? So like this. And then like this. And then like, please be done. Thank God. Oh, it's honestly now that it's done, it just looks like puzzle pieces, not turtles. Okay, cool. We went up onto the roof to do a little puzzle there, but there's no other... Oh, there's nothing else there, I guess. Weird. The layout's so weird all of a sudden. Anything hidden behind this? Really? Okay, let's do this one. Ugh, shape bank. At least there's two options now. So we can make an L shape or a zigzag. So like this top left part, like there's not much you can do with L shapes. It probably has to be this. And then like make a zigzag, do that, and then, well, I've messed up somewhere. Restart. I'm pretty sure like you can't make the, oh no, like you just have to start with two L shapes here, right? Then clearly you make a zigzag. Where did I go wrong? That has to be a zigzag. And then, zigzag and L. Okay. Yay, I restored the shape bank window. But we already did shape banks. Wasn't that like the first area? Or, like, wait, we started the game here. This one was just called... We don't know what it was called, but it also just used shape banks. Maybe it didn't have a name? Oh, none of them have names, though, other than when you finish them and get the achievement, it looks like. So I don't know what the area is called. Not that it matters. So once you've... I see, more of them open up, I guess. You have to, like, complete bronze to get to, like, open up a few more here that are, like, silver level or whatever. Or maybe this was here the whole time and I didn't notice it, but... Oh, God. Okay, we have to make, like a poodle. That's like a poodle shape, right? Basically, it's like a poodle. Ugh. Hate this. Hate this. I think that's the shape that we're making. And like that. I think I made the shape. On beat. Like that, maybe. And then like... I'm just gonna fill these in and hope they work. Because I don't like these. You have a plus shape, which has to go like that. And then... fuck, I think something has gone wrong. I think something has gone wrong. Yeah, restart. Oh, okay, it's like you have... It's also like you're making like a keyblade. Yeah, you're making a keyblade also, actually. A keyblade is maybe the better shape to think of. Like, you have to start with something like this. But the thing is, it could just go up as well. Like, we don't know. It could be this. But it can't be that, because that then gets... That's not right. So it has to be this way. Surely. And then I did this, and then it leads into a keyblade. Maybe this is where things all started to go wrong. What about this one now? That has to be a plus. No, it doesn't, because you could do like this. So like, once we've started with these, maybe can we do something here? Right, it like goes up, but then it can't turn. So actually, this might be the better starting point because it gives you that. But we know that we have this now. And then you probably do something like this. Please just work. Wait, no, I'm running into the same problem. Maybe I don't just do what I want to do there. Maybe it's actually like that. Seems wrong. What am I doing wrong? This. Yes, please tell me I have it now. Thank God. I really don't like these shape bank puzzles. Okay, what else is there? This opened up, I guess. A 4-star. Oh, whoa, well, it's a simple shape at least, but oh boy, how do you even... I guess you begin here because it has a little... Yeah, it has to fit in there. And then you do this. I look different. Is there a joke? I took my headphones off and I put on the sweater. Or I don't even think you'd call this a sweater. I don't know what it is. Very warm, fluffy overcoat thing. It probably doesn't look, it's very not stylish, but it's nice and warm and comfortable. I did also take off the headphones. I only had them on because we were playing survival horror, and I figured I need to be immersed. And there's very beautiful piano music in this game too, but I can hear it from the speakers. So, this needs to be a 3, and it can't do that. So, and then these need to be 3s. Why would this be difficulty 4? Like, can we just like fill it in? Can we just do the puzzle? Like, who cares? Do you think I'll make a mistake somewhere? Probably not. Has to go there. Has to be like that. Like this. Like this. That. Boom. Finished? Is like at the start I was like, oh, where do you even start? And then I was like, oh, it all just happens. That's difficulty 4. Seriously. Some of the difficulty 1s earlier were harder than that. 2-star. Oh, look, the puzzle is like sitting at a table. It's crafting. It's working on something. Oh, God. I mean, that's a lot of shapes available. I mean, I guess you start with... I was going to say you start with this being a plus, but it could be that. Could be 3 or a plus, but you know they're together. Well, this has to be a 3. And that means that this has to be a plus, and then this has to be a plus. This has to be a square, has to be a square, has to be a plus, has to be 3, has to be 3, has to be... I've messed up? 3, 3. Oh no, a square. It all works. That was easy. Yo, is there a hidden puzzle under this thing? Doesn't really look like it. So, okay. 3-star. You just need to make squares. What's our starting move? Very similar to what we were doing in that 7-star puzzle. Like, you can't make a 3 in this corner. So you know that this is a 2. And then that's a 2. And then you can't make this a 2, so it has to be a 3. And then, like, you can't make this a 2, so it has to be a 3. And then that's a 2, and then that's obviously a 2. And then this obviously has to be a 3. And then obviously that's a 2, and that's a 3, and that's a 2. And that's a 3-star difficulty puzzle. Did a different designer pick the difficulty levels on these? Like, I know it's such a small thing in the grand scheme of things, but like, can I submit feedback and tell them to change some of these numbers? Can I give them my notes? Like, what? How is that difficulty 3? Okay, you're on your own, so I'm gonna do you. Ooh, okay. Well, 2 very different shapes. Like here, this is 5 in a row. I cannot make 5 in a row here, so it has to be this. That has to be 5 in a row. I cannot make 5 in a row here, so it has to be this, which means that has to be... cannot be 5 in a row, so it has to be this. And then this has to be this, and then that has to go like that, which means that's a 5 in a row. That must be 5 in a row. This has to be a box, though I don't know where the thumb points out. But if the thumb points out here, we're dead. So it has to point out there. And then you have to have these with oh, it has to go there, and then you do like this and this. This area is strangely easy. Any hidden puzzles anywhere that I'm not seeing? Anything around the corner? Anything up on the roof here? All right, 3-star, 4-star, 4-star, 5-star. So I guess we'll start the easiest. The first law of puzzling. Whenever you find a pair of cells that must be connected, join them together, Luke. First law of puzzling. Whenever you find a pair of cells that must be connected, join them together. Well, okay. I'm guessing it wants me to sort of say that like these two must be together, whether it's in a box or in a 3-3. Like those have to be together. Oh, because if these two must be together no matter what, then like you can't build a 3 here, which means you can build, oh, you're just gonna end up making like very similar patterns, because you're gonna go like this now is either a box or a 3-3, but either way you have this and this, and either way you have that and that. And since you have those two together, you have to put a 3 here. You know that now. And you know that that has to be a 3, that has to be a 3, that has to be a 3. Boom, you've made progress. And then you end up with a similar thing. It's like those are together and those are together for sure, which means this is always on its own. So it's a 3 and that's a 3. And now that you have that, you can kind of pretty easily figure out the rest, because that has to be 3, which means that has to be 3. Means this has to be 3. This is a box on its own. This makes a box. This makes a box, and box and box. That's actually a really good tutorial to teach you this rule, because yeah, as soon as you kind of fill in those two together, it just leads you to solving the whole puzzle. That is very cool. Turn 5 windows silver. Oh my god. But silver is not a very anything goal. We are hitting gold on all of them, please. Oh, it's like the number 6 and the letter D. Letters number 6, letter D. So we can make a 3-way or a 4-way. Well, where do I start then? Should I use what I just learned? No, I'm not going to use what I just learned. Or am I? I think I will. I will use it over here. Most people end up guessing through the prior puzzle. Oh, well, I'm pretty sort of experienced with puzzle games. Like I can never do the hardest ones, but I don't know, even though I've played enough grid puzzle games, I don't know if I would have started it in that way. If you want like an indicator of how skilled I am, it took us only half an hour to do this 7-star puzzle over here. That was pretty good, right? The game said it was an extreme difficulty puzzle and to come work on it later. And I was like, well, I guess I should do that. I don't want to get stuck on the same puzzle for like 3 hours on a stream. We got it done in only 30 minutes. But yeah, that's a really good tutorial tooltip. So I think I do need to do the same thing here. So we know that these are together and these are together. Like this is actually very similar to that 7-star puzzle, because in the 7-star puzzle, your shapes were like either a 4 cube or like a 3x2 cube. And so it was kind of similar there, because it was like, well, I'm just going to fill in the first 4 and then maybe I'll extend it 2 more, maybe I won't. And this is actually similar, even though it's a 4 cube and a 3x1, but 2 3x1s makes like as if it were a 6 cube, you know? So that's, yeah, it's actually very similar reasoning. So we know that these are together and these are together. And based on that, we now have a weirdo off on its own here in the middle, which clearly cannot be a cube and therefore must be a 3x1. And if that's a 3x1, then this is a 3x1, which means this must be a square. Perfect. So then we can kind of apply the same logic. Those are together and those are together. Dude, I'm too colorblind for this color palette that was randomly chosen. Can we get into some blues? Thanks. Those are together and these are back to yellow. Okay, fine. Back to yellows. Oh, we have this thing. So we have a 3 here, a 3x1. It is either going to, if it extends to the left at all, then it forces us to put another 3 here, which is very bad. Yeah, that's not good. If it extends to the left, then you need another 3 here, and then your corner is screwed. So it has to extend all the way to the right. It cannot even go a single tile to the left, which means that becomes a 3. Then obviously that's a box, and these are 3s. I like how I've ruined the yellow and orange color scheme though by putting my blues in over there. What next? These two go together, but if it's a cube, you're kind of screwed, right? So let's have it not be a cube. Ta-da! Great. With my random, I think I ruined the color scheme a little bit up there in the corner. There. We can do that. That's fine. I noticed on the Steam discussion forums, basically, because people kind of complained. They were like, even when I pick random, it seems to give me a similar color palette. Like, look at this. We had it on random and it just kept giving us like the yellow oranges. And the dev actually responded and said like, that's intentional. Because even if it's random, we don't want it to just look like a bunch of random colors. We kind of keep a little bit of theming. And I feel like I went against that by just coloring 2 of them randomly blue. It definitely ruined the vibe. Okay, the second law of puzzling. Whenever you find a pair of cells that cannot be connected, draw a border between them. Cannot be connected, draw a border between them. Yeah, okay, sure. Can I just like start with this? It just looks so nice. Can I just like boom and boom? Dutch national flag? I don't know about that. I did notice that the random color selection gave me like blue and yellow right at the start on that last puzzle. But I don't know what order that flag, I don't know which one's on top and which one's on the bottom. But I don't know what the Dutch national flag problem is. Okay, so I think the hint is in itself a hint, which sounds redundant, but what I mean is it's telling me that somehow my first step is probably about drawing a border somewhere. But I honestly don't know why. Whenever you find a pair of cells that cannot be connected, draw a border between them. Okay, well, here's what I know for sure, actually. I know for sure that we're probably starting with this. Like, this has to be true no matter what. It can become a full rainbow, or it can stop. But this is definitely always a line. And I think that's probably what it's teaching me, which is like, if I've drawn a line here, what the hell is with this? Why does it have one protruding leg? It cannot be a melon. So it has to become an L shape. The question is, does it go left or right? And I'm not sure, but now I can keep cascading along the edge and do a similar thing. So it's like this one, it could become a melon though. It could become a melon if this goes to the left, or it can go down there so that this one can go this way. And I don't really know which. I do know it pokes out either way for sure, right? And in fact, if this one pokes out for sure here, then it has to be an L shape going down. Because if it goes up, you're dead. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was like. I'm just going to start by drawing 2 in every hole. Exactly. And if you do that, I think it kind of becomes very obvious, actually, what has to happen. That has to become an L shape. That has to become an L shape. This, oh no, this can connect and become a melon. That's the only thing my brain sometimes, like, can't put that border yet. Wait, which... Oh, this, you're right, I can't. Yeah, see, there we go. That's why my brain glitches, because it's like, oh, they're different colors. I've decided that they're different areas. No, I just drew them in, and they happen to be different colors right now, but they might be the same. So then what? This thing has to be an L shape. This cannot become a melon, clearly. Yeah, but I think that's unavoidable. I don't know a potential UI solution for that. From the devs of Islands of Insight. Yeah, we've spotted one of them. I don't want to fanboy too hard, but I'm just a huge fan of Islands of Insight. But I'll focus. I'll solve the puzzles because I know that's what devs want to see. They want to see how people are solving the puzzles. So this one has to be an L shape because it can't be a melon. This thing is... Oh, wait, this has to be a melon. Like, it literally has to, because if you tried to extend it, you could not. This thing, if you make it a melon, you get screwed. So, an entirely different presentation for connecting cells. Not sure what you mean by that. I mean, I don't see any way, because, like, let's say you had drawn this one, and they were different colors. For something to... How would you avoid your brain thinking that they're separate? I think the only real solution would be to, like, maybe keeping the color palettes similar, because if this is also in, like, a slightly different shade of green, it kind of lets my brain see them as different, but also realize that they could be the same. So I guess keeping the color palette similar. Borders first. Yeah. Yeah, I think drawing by painting the colors is definitely the more intuitive scheme, for me at least. Maybe there's people who prefer with borders, because obviously you put that option in as well. It could be like, you know, what do you call it? Like right analog stick inversion in games, where like some people just, their brain works better one way or the other. You think the L in the third row is wrong? Have I made a mistake? Are you sure it's a problem? Because didn't I... Okay, my next step was deciding that this has to be a melon. Or wait, no, it was deciding that it... Yeah, something is wrong with this little tunnel here. Something has gone wrong. Something has gone wrong. But why and how? Oh, could I, it can go left, and then there'll be two L's in the bottom right corner. That's what I was thinking. Like, wait, like, you wanted me to do this? And then I'm making it worse. Sorry, hold on. I don't know why I decided that these had to be connected. Maybe they don't. We know this, we know that. This cannot become a melon, but it could go to the left or it could go to the right. Something has gone wrong. We're going to restart the whole puzzle. You definitely have to start by drawing 2 lines out of each thing. And then this has to go here. But we weren't sure if this connects and makes a melon or if it doesn't. We don't know that, but we do draw the border that we know, as the hint said. It's because my top can be a melon. Oh, that's it. Even as I was pointing out that potential brain trap, I did it. Exactly, the top can be a melon. We know that this continues this way. We don't know if it forms a border, but we know that this is a border, and we 100% know that this is a border. Ah, the hint at the top of the screen was actually very, very perceptive, which means that since this cannot continue further, we draw a border, and we know that something has to pop out this way, and that this then has to pop out here. And then again, we know that that's a border, and we know that this is a border. If we want, we can make this a melon, or we can just kind of continue it with another L. We don't know yet, so let's hold off. We do know for sure that this doesn't continue. It could go up one more, it could not, we don't know. Because it's tricky what you do with this thing. And then this thing could also become a melon. I don't think it can. I think that causes problems if this becomes a melon. Not this problem though, but it is an issue. I think we have to say that this cannot be a melon. Draw the 3 first. Which 3? This has to be a 3. Yeah, this has to be a 3 because it cannot be a melon in any way. Yeah, it cannot. So it's an L. And then we probably want to... this needs to be one shape, because then you need to do this and this. And then I'm guessing you probably need that to be an L. Do you need that to be an L? Dude, we're still so close, and yet I feel like I'm about to make another mistake. What am I doing wrong? Oh no, it's... There we go, it's fine. It's good now. Cool. That was a cool one. Yeah, the hint at the top was actually telling me exactly what I needed to do to solve that puzzle. Okay, so we have an elbow, we have a zig, and we have the ziggity zig. What's the easiest starting place? I'm eyeing up something in the middle, maybe? Like that? Dude, I'm colorblind. That is the same color as the background of the puzzle. Not exactly the same, but very close. Bottom right needs to be a 4 or a 5. That's true. The corner is a better starting place. You're right. We absolutely need to have these together like that. Vertically into the 2 vert. So you're saying like you always have this, at least. Yes, you're right. Because if there's 2 like that, right, you need to have this, and there's a border between them, because you literally can never have a line of 3 in a row. Exactly. So you go for that, and then this could continue one more, or it could not, but this is a border either way. This is a border either way. This pops up, and once it's gone up 2, it has to swerve. It can never go 3 in a row. It's like the Islands of Insight rule of like never have 3 in a row, basically. Like just always stop. Once you've hit 2, make a turn. So this one would have to turn, and it will turn. The only question is, does it zig more or not? But it definitely stops here. There. Once you've started turning, you must keep turning. But we don't know if you turn for sure or not. Okay, great. So this one goes out, and then it turns, and then it could keep going. It could not. Sorry, the border is actually here. So we have basically a bunch of elbows that we don't know if they continue or not. We surely have to just draw this, right? Like that is a thing. Yeah, that's definitely a thing, I'm pretty sure. But in this case, I really don't know what direction it zigs. Well, it can't go any further there, and it can't go any further there. Now we've created a gigantic hallway here. So does it have to be? What's the other option? Oh no, the other option is like something like that. You're right, it doesn't have to be. But we have another hallway here still, kind of. What about the corner? Corners are tricky. In fact, corners are so tricky that I think the only way to make this corner work is by extending this one and then making another one there. I don't think there's any other way to do it. If you end this, you're just dead. Yeah, you're just dead. It can't be 2 L's because of the pair of 3 vertical near the center hole. You're saying if I made like an L and an L, I would leave, yeah, a horrible, horrible hallway. That's true. If you do 2 L's, you're definitely dead there. So it probably really is this. But down here is definitely that. That's for sure as well. You're creating an awkward hallway either way. So I really want to solve that by like... I think things have gotten a little bit out of hand. Let me erase this. I'm pretty sure about the bottom left that I did. Oh, but I don't know if this continues. Oh, if this continues, I think that makes things better because it might continue. What next? What about this corner, by the way? It's kind of the same situation, right? If this stops here, you just can't. So it has to go up one more. Don't lock it in as 3 yet, but the 3 3s around the center hole makes sense. Like, that, or what did we do around the center hole? Well, I won't lock it in yet because I'm working on the top left. The top left has to be this. this. Now that's done. Something comes in here and you block that off because you can't go any further there or there. You could continue this way if you needed. Now you have a little square here that becomes a lot harder to deal with, which is good. It's good when things are hard to deal with because it means there might be only one way to deal with it. If you do either that or like, well, you can't do either of these. So you either do this or this. This can continue into a zig, or this is good. I have 2 3s around the center. You want something like this, don't you? Can we just like, no, I don't, I'm not sure what you're saying about the center. I don't know if I trust it all yet. Every time I start drawing it in, it seems like something breaks. Let's just look at the upper right corner, by the way. There probably aren't too many ways to do it. L, L, L. Wow, even the top right corner is kind of tricky. Let's say, what if I just have both of these continue? Because I'm lazy. Then I become screwed. So that's clearly not it. What if neither of them continue? Can we do anything? We can fill in the center. You're sure? I still don't quite see it. Even if we fill in the center, though, we have to figure out the top right. So maybe one of them extends, one of them doesn't. I'm just doing trial and error at this point. I haven't made a mistake. Because, like, I'm, like, not seeing it. Okay, fine, let's do the center. Because I felt confident in this logic, and yet now I am doubting myself, but I might just be missing something. I mean, corners are hard. If you want to be in a corner, you have to do either like that or like this. Are we sure we haven't like completely messed up? I don't see any way to fill in the top right. I'm worried. I'm really worried. Okay, what would you do in the center? Well, like something like that, like that. No, this doesn't work. If the top right doesn't work, then we made a mistake somewhere and we have to restart. And the first 3 were right, like this, this, and that. Or just the very first one that I drew, like that. If I zig more, I think we've done something very, very wrong. Everything about this is feeling wrong to me, unless I'm missing what you're saying. It's all starting to feel wrong. What about that? No. I almost want to restart the puzzle. I don't know how I made a mistake, but something was a mistake. Okay. You started by pointing out that we had to do at least this, right? We had to. You have to fill in these 4. They must be together. That's not true. That was not true, actually. Yeah, vertical. Yes, like that. Because you have a double hallway and you have to fill those in with different colors and have them start poking out. And then I said that once something pokes out 2, it must turn, which I think is still true. It must turn. And once it has turned, it can never keep going, right? Because then it's not making the correct shape. So this is correct. And this goes out and turns, and then it must keep turning if it wants to keep going. Are you certain that this had to be connected? What if this was an L and this was a different L? I think that's probably where things started going wrong. I think that could be where things started going wrong. This thing has to poke out. If it does not poke out, how do you get in the corner here? You cannot. You literally cannot. So that's wrong. That's wrong. That's fine. This would result in death. The top right corner has to be 2 3s. I see. So I'm pretty sure about this logic. That's correct. That could continue more. That goes there. Done. Done. Has to be 1, 3 at least. You keep changing your story. This has to go out here. It cannot continue. And then this goes here and it cannot continue. And we don't know the rest. Okay, whatever was happening down here, we have the same exact scenario at the upper right. And I've really screwed something up, haven't I? It is a difficulty 5, I guess, but how can I extend the 4 on the left side? This? What do you mean? Well, I can do that if I want to. But I'm more worried about the top right now because everything keeps leading me to this. So there must actually be something very simple that I'm missing. I've figured out the simple thing that I'm missing. Boink and boink. That was somehow just not appearing in my mind. The idea of making the W and just like actually fitting it in there. So extend the 4, it can be a 3. 4 on the left side, what do you mean? Oh, you're right, it can be a 3. Yes, oh yeah, wow, I really fell into another mental pitfall where because this one was an L, I was like, oh, and then you have to fill it in. No, you don't have to. You can, yes, okay. So you made a mistake too, though, because you said we had to start with this, and we don't. It can just be this. So now everything should just work. I think the rule of L's in a corner with this shape bank is always true. Like, you have to do this. You can't... no, you can't do that because there's a hallway. Otherwise, maybe you could have, but you can't. Like, you can't do that, you can't do that. It has to be this. And that means, oh, well, boom. And then like that, and everything should fall into place now. This has to go at least here, which means that cannot continue. And then this actually becomes a W shape. And then this becomes a zig, and that's another W. Nice. Ooh, puzzles on the roof. What? All regions must be one of these shapes. I can't even name these. I guess I can name them. They're just an L and a T, basically. Really big L, really big T. We'll call them by their full name every time, yeah? It's like, okay, so we're gonna put really big L here, and then like another really big L here. Those are the same color. Okay, I know they're just L's and T's. I noticed it, but like, you see why at first I was like, whoa, these are bigger than any shape I've ever seen. I don't know what to call them. Should these just be L's? I feel like they probably should just be L's. Exactly. Yeah, all the earlier puzzles are just like 1 block, 2 block, little zig. These are huge. I like the ones that are huge and that also like loop around and stuff. Can't fit T's. Yeah, exactly. They're all hard to manipulate for me. These puzzles haven't been bad, but the ones that were like the shape bank puzzles just earlier on here where you had to rotate like, I don't know, I can't even find them anymore. It was like, okay, that's just an L block, it's easy. Okay, that's a 2x3, a 3x4. Rotating this motherfucker in my head, I cannot do it. I just kind of guessed around a little bit and then things fell into place. But yeah, back to this one. Yeah, you definitely cannot fit a T here. So if you can't fit a T, then you can't, then it just has to be L's. The L is 5x3 basically. And this is like exactly 5. I don't know if the L goes that way or this way. It technically could go this way because then you could do like a T here as well or something like that. Though you kind of end up with problems then. I think things are getting away from me. If we make the L that way, we seem to have problems. But let's just start with what we logically know, which is, oh, you know what? This corner seems even easier to deal with. The L is a 5x3 and this is only 4, so it literally cannot be an L. Or rather, it can't be an L that way. I think it's also really hard to fit a T down here. I am fairly certain that a first step of this puzzle is this. And then the T, it's this, but you don't really actually know which way it goes, but we can at least fill in that. Down the right of the left bottom hole. Down the right of the left bottom hole has to go down. Like, you want this. Right. That's completely true because you can't make another L there, so it does have to go down. And then the third protrusion, yeah, we don't know. We know we're blocked off here, though, which means... Oh, can we... Like, this has to poke out. It could make an L, but that's gonna cause a lot of problems. Exactly. I think we have to turn this into a T, because that lets us make another L here. That feels right. And then if the protrusion goes this way, we're obviously dead, so it has to be like this. I'm playing a bit fast and loose here, but I'm hoping it will work out. I would love to make an L here. That feels so right. And you know what else feels right is this. And then you have to make an L here. Yo, it's all falling apart, but I like how we started, and I think we had a lot of very correct moves. But I think at some point I made a wrong assumption. This all seems correct. Something needs to pop out here. It has to be an L. It can't be a T. Well, it could be a T if you did like this, but that is wrong. So it has to be an L. And then this can be a T. That's where I went wrong. Probably, maybe. But it kind of feels like it should also be an L. If this is a T, you end up with a really weird area here that feels pretty unsolvable. Yeah. Are you sure I don't know if it's an L? How could it be a T? I think here's the actual thing to start with. Like, if we were sure about our logic that led to this being a T, then like this just has to be an L. I think things have gone very wrong. I think the logic was wrong somewhere, and I'm going to restart. 5 and then 3. This has to be an L. You cannot have a T in the bottom left here. What can be a T? The L I drew before restarting. Yes. Maybe our logic was correct then? So like, yes, if it's a T, you're right. Then we make an L, so we were on the right track. And then this really is an L. Maybe. Maybe still not. No, I mean, it has to be. I feel like we still have problems. I definitely feel like we still have problems. I think I would still like to restart, but I think I'm going to bring a little bit more focus to this guy. Draw that L. That has to be an L. This? Yeah, but this is not good. I mean, like, then this becomes a T and a vertical L. Oh, like that. Oh. Aha. Okay. We did have it, actually. Wait, what have I done wrong? Get rid of this border. Oh, okay, there. It's good. Why was this showing up as an error? Undo. Oh, because it was... Oh, I think I had it as a slightly different color. Right, I did. I had it as a different color. But then why did it just lock into place when I whatever. There. Okay. 7-star. We can save it for last. We'll do the 7-star, but we'll save it for last. Let's do some of the other ones. That's a 6-star. I think we're at 18 out of 23. I think more of them opened up here. That does not have a name. It is a faceless creature from the void with no name. It's like kind of a hook. So let's start by putting like a hook. Dude, how am I gonna... Yeah. This one... Well, it sounds like you did it with devolving into hard to manipulate stuff then. Okay, it's kind of a hook. It mostly curves. I see. You made the left side. Yeah. Does everyone pick their own difficulty numbers? Because, again, this is my favorite series of puzzle games ever. But like the difficulty numbers don't seem very consistent from one area to the next. We did some like, this was like a 3-star, even though it's just putting the same rectangle 12 times. Meanwhile, some of the 1-star, like this area just stayed 1-star the whole time. It was really weird. It's like we finish the bridges, we make it all the way to the inside, and it's just like they're all 1-star, but they were kind of tricky. And then this thing was like a 3-star, and it's like copy pasting a rectangle. I don't know. The difficulty ratings were a little different in each area, I felt like. Best estimate. Okay. I mean, I figure people are just estimating, and it could be that something seems easy to me, but it's harder for others. Like there's individual differences. But I'm definitely always like, I always look at the difficulty number and I try to judge if I felt it was accurate or not. And these areas were just very different in how they treated difficulty, because that other area stayed at 1 difficulty for most of the whole thing, even though they were kind of hard in my opinion. And then this place, once it gets 4-star here though, it's pretty hard. I try not to be too nitpicky if the difference is like 2 or 3, but there's been like, you know, some 1s that were harder than 3s, I feel. Anyway, okay, shape bank. I mean, these are just, yeah, so I can't really picture the shape in my head, but I'm trying to work out some rules about what I have to draw. And it's basically like it's like having 2 W shapes, right? It's like you draw a W and you draw a W, and then you, not even like that. It's like a W and a W or something, or like this. It's like 2 W's and then you link them up and then you put a block on top of them. Something like that. I'm mostly going to be thinking, let's try to make a lot of ziggy-zags, and then we'll just link them up and hope that it all comes into place. I see. So you basically made the game from the early parts to the end parts. Well, that sounds like it could be obvious, but not every game is that way. But yeah, I definitely saw the comments on Steam that like the later end, like the last 100 or so puzzles or whatever, were really, really difficult. As long as they don't get harder than the difficulty 7 that I just did, then I should be able to do them. I'm not the type of person who goes for like 100% in like, I don't know, Baba Is You or whatever, which I've actually barely played, but I can handle at least, you know, the 7-star here so far. Okay, so let's just make a bunch of zigzags. Let's just zigzag a lot. Like, if you make a zigzag down there, oh, every puzzle in these games is for sure made from scratch, including in Islands of Insight. I fully believe they were all made from scratch, even though there were 1,000 of them. And like, at first, you might have thought they were randomly generated just because like some things in that game are, but once you actually do the puzzle grids, it became very obvious that like there was no way a random generator was making them. So let's start with a zig there, and then like just make another zig. Islands of Insight has a massive amount of puzzles. Did I say thousands? I don't know. I mean, actual logic grid puzzles only. It probably still came out to over 1,000. I don't even remember. Well, this already feels wrong. I feel like this won't be hard if I just find a good starting point. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Instead of using it as an end, let's make it a horn. Oh, and if I make it a horn, I bet, oh, pattern grids. I love pattern grids. I'm like, I think my Islands of Insight save file right now is permanently hanging out in, what's that area like up on the sort of north that you, like the area that you enter right near the primary save point that has like all the different puzzle types. I'm like currently still logged out there, offline version. I'm currently still logged out there, like on like the area where there's a bunch of pattern grids on like the side of some steps or whatever. And they have like just the super hard pattern grids there. And I think there's literally one that I like still have not even figured out to this day. Actually, we can take a quick detour. I'm curious now. Just because it popped into my head. But oh yeah, the quests for perfection. Yes, quests for perfection don't feel as handmade because they're kind of sorry, you distracted me and now I want to see, because I was actually just thinking about it earlier. I was like, did I ever finish those pattern grids? Come on, OBS, you can capture the game. Capture the game. Believe you. Not capturing the game, but it's okay, it's loading. I just need to look at these pattern grids for a second. Do a window cap? Yeah, that looks right, doesn't it? Well, it's also just not loading, so I think we broke something. I just wanted to look at the pattern grid. Oh my god, yeah, I still haven't finished this goddamn grid, but I can't. Oh, there we go. Okay, well, I guess that's working. Yeah, see, literally, I was not kidding. I'm literally logged out here in the, whatever you call it, the area near the main save point that you go to, on like this stairway that has all the puzzle grids and stuff. These pattern grids here, I think I figured out, look, I got this one, right? This one, it was like some sort of addition and combining and overlaying certain things and noting which ones were like white in both or like black in both or whatever. But like, yeah, literally my game has just been like kind of logged out here because obviously I haven't been playing this game hardcore. But every time that I've played this game in the past few months or whatever, I just open it up and I look at these pattern grids and I try to solve them and I fail again. And I don't know if I'm ever going to get them. But yeah, sorry, that was a tangent. But yeah, I think I remember reading that other than like the dots, the orbs, the spheres in the sky, that like basically everything is handmade. The quest for perfection, didn't you get a reward? Like you had to do 5 in a row, but you could do like 25. I think I did all 25, but there was no further reward and it was not the most interesting part of the game. But yeah. Sliding block puzzles are good. I don't like sliding block puzzles usually, but the ones in this game are like so tight and compact that they feel more manageable. This thing is my nemesis though. Freaking number 9 and number 6. Like I feel like I've opened the game up so many times and tried to solve it and then I just never could. Is that like the only one that I have left unsolved here? I'm not sure, but yeah, this puzzle is my nemesis. I don't really care about finishing the rest of the game. I mean, I never did the pyramid. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't always go for the hardest of the hardest. I also couldn't do, what do you call it? I couldn't do, there was like a really hard one that opens up here later on. Yeah, the highest viewpoint I think was hard. Good. I had a lot of trouble with viewpoints, and I guess I never finished this either. But mostly my nemesis is this puzzle. Okay, whatever. That's a tangent. We don't need to look at that right now. We can go back to Glimmith. But I'm just saying, just so you know, that puzzle is my nemesis. I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever going to solve it. Okay. Wow, we're already at 111 puzzles solved. Okay. The hook. Sorry, Dad. I got very distracted. I agree with making the hook here. And then I agree that we should also... we should then continue it not like that. Oh, this is very helpful. When you start drawing it and it's wrong, it just tells you. You meant the hook in the bottom right hole. I see. Yeah, I don't quite remember what was in the highest viewpoint anymore, but I remember they were hard, and I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna do all of these. Yeah, see, once you finish one shape, I think it just starts working. Can I just, like, is that a horn? Probably. I'm guessing that's a horn. See, it works. And you wanted a horn in the bottom right hole. I should, at the very least, enter the big pyramid. I probably should enter the pyramid and see what's there. Because, like, I remember playing the open demo or whatever and, like, being like, I want to go inside that pyramid. And I guess I never did. But if they're really hard, I don't know if I'll get them. Okay. Yeah, let's just use this as the horn, and like clearly that has to go be a thing. And then like, did I make the shape? No. What did I do wrong? It's not all hard puzzles. Okay, that is good to know. I should go back and look at it at some point. Are we sure this is a horn? If you just... Okay, wait. The moment... Oh, no. I was going to say the moment the shape becomes wrong, it turns into a... But, like, apparently not. Apparently not. Okay, wait. 3 M's. Then it continues, makes a horn, goes like this, pops up 3, and then starts turning. That's the shot. Nice. Okay. Of course that worked. I was like, wow, just finishing that made it work. Yeah, there was only room for one more. So, okay. Oops. Great. It didn't turn red because it was right. Oh, did I like... I did do that, didn't I? I was like, okay. I think I got it to this point, and I was like, well, I've drawn way further than the shape would be, and it's still not turning red, so obviously something is wrong about what I'm doing. But no, if I had continued, it would... That's so funny. But you see what, in my head, I thought like, okay, let's make it zig a bit. Let's keep making it zig. Like, I've made it zig so far now that this can't be the shape anymore, but it didn't turn red. No, it was the shape. That is so funny. Okay, there's a 4 over here. I don't know if that counts as a hidden one. Oh, it's like an Ogmo face from Jumper. See? 2 little eyes and a mouth. Basically an Ogmo face. Ogmo is the game that or Jumper is the game the creator of Celeste made like 20 years ago before they ever made Celeste. Features a little red cube, kind of like Meat Boy, but his eyes are slightly, offset. Okay. Well, I want to start with this. Is that correct? It doesn't have to be, because you could also do this. So let's hold on a second then. Maybe this. This corner seems good. So in this case, again, rotating shapes in my head is a weakness. But the little pip that sticks out comes off the horizontal end. So I feel like you kind of just have to start with that. And that means you have to do this. And it means you have to do that. And then it means you probably have to do this, though I guess you could also do that, but I'm fairly certain that doesn't work. So I'm just gonna do this. I was gonna say I'm sensing issues at the bottom left, but I think I can probably do that. That kind of feels right. That kind of feels right. Sometimes I can be very diligent and do puzzles step by step, but other times it kind of feels like things will just work if I just, you know, click around a little bit. Actually, the most interesting part is up here, because like if I do this or even this, like I just kind of get in trouble, don't I? So like, in fact, even like it's really hard to deal with between these two holes while also having things go the way you want in the corner. So what does that mean? What just feels like the most intuitive way? Like, you can't do that. You've left a corridor in the corner that doesn't work. But like this probably works. Something like that. I'm kind of hoping that this all just works out, though I'm starting to have doubts. I'm starting to have doubts. Dude, that almost felt like it was gonna just work. It really almost felt like it was gonna just work. Can I just make a few adjustments, or do I have to actually solve the puzzle? I might have to solve the puzzle. Isn't that tragic? Fine, fine, I'll solve the puzzle. Ugh. I think you still start in the corner. That seemed correct to me. There's no other way to do that, right? There's no other way. There's no other way. And then you have to do this. And then you have to do that. And then you cannot do this. Why did I say you cannot do that? Oh no, sorry. It was you cannot do this. That clearly breaks the puzzle. So you have to go there. And then probably I could have made a mistake when I started filling things in all willy-nilly over here. So you need 6 and then a protrusion. That could work. I mean, there isn't really much else you can do down there. Like, if you don't do this, is there any other way to make it work? It kind of feels like no. Like, even if you do that, like, you can't have... That doesn't work. Like, are we sure I made a mistake there? I don't see any other way to do it than this. This feels like it's probably right. And that means you have to do this, and the only place the protrusion can be is there. So I think we were probably on the right track. Again, this, you could do it this way, but you could also do it that way. Well, here's an important rule, right? Every puzzle has only one solution. So if the solution to the puzzle were to be something like this, then the protrusions could happen either way, and that means the puzzle would have more than one solution, which means that the upper left corner is not as neat and tidy as that. We know that much. So like, let's say you did this one, maybe this would go here, but that doesn't work, etc., etc. I don't know about this, though. Something has to protrude here, though. Like, something is definitely going to protrude here, and if it were this... If you did this and made it protrude there, the top has to be a protrusion from the left. Right, because... Exactly. Like, if you have this as a 6-way... then you're guaranteed to have this as a 6-way, and that's wrong. We know that that's wrong, right? Like if you have this, it either protrudes here or here, but the only way to get the other corner is this, and then the puzzle has more than one solution. So for the puzzle to not have one solution, or to only have one, you have this, because this does not necessitate that the other one is this. So you have this, and it cannot protrude here, because if it protruded here, no, it could. Because now that we've done that, we can do something like this and this. Hey, stop that. You could do something like this and this. And now you're probably actually closer to the real solution, if I had to guess. But guessing is bad. I don't solve puzzles by, you know, guessing. Did I do something else? That's actually feeling weird. But either way, I think what we know to be true is at the very least this. But let's start working on this corner again. Like this or this, we don't know. Let's just look at this, because this seems to have some restrictions to it. You basically, top left corner has to protrude top like that. Because if it did this, oh, that's right. No, okay, yeah, you're right. We have to fill this in and it has to protrude top. Because if it protruded this way, then we end up with the two solutions problem. So it has to protrude top, so it's done. And then down here, like, you need to make a 6 by whatever, like here. You just have to, right? How could you not? Oh, well, there's this. Okay. I think at the very least, these four, like, need to be filled in. There's no way to not do that, right? Like, you'd have to... So you need those four. And in fact, that's also true of this. Like, you literally need these four, and you need these four, and you need these four. That's, if there were a little banner at the top giving you a hint, it would say, fill in things that you know for sure, whatever, whatever. However, again, if the answer was, oh no, I was gonna say if it was like this and this, but no, that's not. No, yeah, that is possible actually. In fact, could they both go up? Not really, they can't both go up. Could one of them go up even? I think even one of them cannot go up. Like, if one of them becomes vertical, then it has to like that or like that. If one of them goes vertical, then the other, no, you could do like this and this. It feels really weird, so I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah, one vertical, one horizontal. It could, but see, it's weird, right? It's weird now. Like, you can't do that. But there's probably more guaranteed steps that we can do. Let's just look at this thing between these two gaps. Because, like, it's... If you do this, if you make this one go down, then you have to do like that, and you now have problems, or you do that. I think if this just goes down, you have problems in general, right? Like, how do you can't do anything now. This becomes unsolvable. Yeah, this just becomes unsolvable. Like, if this goes down, it either protrudes here, which makes that unsolvable, or it protrudes here, which doesn't do anything. So this just doesn't go down, it just goes here. I feel like that's correct. If I'm wrong, then oops. And then, like, you could have it go here, but then you end up with whatever the hell this is, which is wrong, so it just has to go there. Which means that you then have to do this. Hey, stop that. This. And then you have to do this, which makes you have to do this, which does that, which leads to that. And then you have to do that. I really think this is all working. It seems like a little bit of mad science at the moment, but I think it's all correct. Yes. Cool. That was... I had a logic train there. I wasn't just guessing. It was a little bit trial and error with that thing at the top right, but once I knew that it had to be a certain way, I was pretty sure that there was only one way all the others could work. Okay, we have a 5-star and a... Okay, well, I guess we'll do the 2-star. Let's take a bathroom break first. BRB. And I mentioned this on the Steam forums, but I would love it if when I tab... I'm sorry to ask, but I would love it if when I tab out to do something in OBS or like, you know, ban a bot on Twitch, I would love it if the music didn't stop playing when I tab out. Please, thank you very much. I would... be right back. All right, let's continue. We're on a 2-star, right? Can't be that hard. Except it's my nemesis shape. So you make an L, and then you make an L, and then you have a 3 come out of... Man, I hate this shape. L, and then a 3 has to come out of it like there. Oh, this is probably... What the... Dude, what am I doing? I can start at the top hole. Yeah, that hole seems to be screwing me over. You have to do... Oh, maybe like that? Is that the shape? I think that's the shape, and then that's the shape, and then that's the shape? Cool. Good. Done. 5-star. Ooh, it's a pretty snowflake. Made up of L's. Okay. 1. I don't know why I'm starting there. Is there an actual good starting place? Well, kind of like here, right? Like, because if you make an L, like that has to protrude out. Oh, but it doesn't, because it could... Here, start with something simple, right? Anywhere that there's a little gap in the wall. No, this is where you start. You have to make an L there. But every other little hole in the wall, you have to draw at least 2 coming out of it, like that. Yes, puzzles! We're on a very pretty snowflake puzzle right now. I love this game so, so much. I might even end up liking it more than Islands of Insight. I mean, Islands of Insight is so cool just because of all the little overworld puzzle games and stuff. But having just logic grids is also nice. This one is very pretty. I really think they're going to win people over with this one. because I think Islands of Insight got a decent amount of like attention on it, but like people were like, we don't want to play a puzzle game that's online or whatever. But like this, it's just puzzle grids. It's very pretty. They put it out for incredibly low price. I really hope it's gonna go well for them. It's just an easy recommend to anyone who loves puzzle grids, which is a lot of people, right? So yeah, but like Glimmith is Glimmith running? Glimmith is walking at a nice Glimmith is walking like at a nice reasonable pace, which is what we needed right now, right? Islands tried to sprint and run, but it kind of tripped a little bit. Unfortunately, maybe was made to trip, maybe even was held back by, I don't know, the person who helped it enter the race at all. I don't know. I don't really know what happened, but I mean, I loved it, but you know, it had a little bit of issues. I have a man-made hole in the center bottom. Oh, that's true. I did. I mean, the puzzles were amazing. The puzzle grids were great. So yes, we have a man-made hole here, so that pops out. Exactly. It was very ambitious. I have a huge level of respect for that level of ambition. Whereas this, that's why I'm saying it's not a run. It's like a nice measured walk in the park. It seems like it was a much more peaceful, you know, development process. Okay, so we've made another thing over there. Now what? This thing, good. Is it big? I'm glad. I can't really tell because you can't see too much of the world map, but I guess it's probably going to extend. Oh, there's an area up there at the top right. Can't quite see how much it is. I mean, even though I love the world map on Islands of Insights, because I like have major distraction issues, so the moment I see a shiny thing, I would stop and do this and that and that and that. There is something nice about just having a game where you just do puzzle grids, you know? Okay, so let's do the puzzle. This, if it wants to be an L, can go either here or here. Do I have a preference of those? I guess I don't know yet. It could go either way. Here's what I know though. Wait, I was gonna say, can this one turn that way? It actually can. There's so many options at this point. I don't know if I want to start with this next. Where is our next move? Where is our next move? I'm actually not certain. Time to 100%, 2% through. Oh my god. I hope so. If there's actually just like 100 different like 7-star puzzles at the end, that would be crazy. But yeah, I mean, if I couldn't even do, what was it, the highest viewpoint? I don't know. We'll see. But I'll definitely get to the end of, you know, whatever the end of the main. I'm definitely gonna gold all of the areas up until maybe that last one. Center bottom right of the man-made stick has to have an L to the right going down. So like, right, because if you're right, this L has to go, like this is an L. It has to go either like this or like this. But if it went to the right, you're just like completely screwed, like clearly. So you have to actually do this, which means this is this, which means that is that, which means this is this, which means this is this, I'm pretty sure. Like you can't do that and you can't do that. So I think you have this now. But I don't know about this one. It could be there. Oh no, it has to be there. Yeah, it has to be. It can't be that. That's too long. So you have to have this, so you have to have this. Oh my god, you broke the puzzle wide apart by noticing that one move. This can't go down, clearly. So it goes here, so that goes there, so that goes there. This goes here, this goes here, over there, over there. You really, really broke the puzzle apart with that one deduction, and then it all fell into place. 5 difficulty, see, I'm not nitpicking. I mean, it could have been hard if I didn't quite notice that. I might have spent a little while I didn't draw the one you mentioned. I left it for last. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I did kind of do that. Where were we? We were here. Yeah. Oh, you just wanted me to like, yeah, I see. Yeah. It's okay. I mean, I entirely got that because of you. All right. What's over here? A 6-star. Okay. That's going to be a big one. Or 6 isn't that bad. 7 is bad. 6 is like, whatever. 6 is easy. Is there anything else I missed before I do that? I don't think so. I mean, I could do this, but it's weird. It involves deltas and stuff again, so we'll off on it. The rock. I don't see any others, and if I am missing any, they'll just be hidden ones. All right, it's a... Oh, hi, a 4-star over there. Hehe. We can make block or a 4 in a row. I don't know where to start. I think it's here. This can never be a 4 in a row, so it must be a block. And it basically has to be that block exactly. And then from there, I feel like this has to be a block. Because if you make it a 4, you're just... Well, no, you can do... It probably has to be a block. If you say that this is a 4, then you have to have another 4 and another 4 and another 4, and you're dead. So I feel like it just has to be a block. You could rotate it this way, but then you end up with the same problem, right? Wait, why do I always keep ending up with that problem? I keep ending up with that problem because if this is a 4, you have the problem. But if you do this, you no longer have the problem. So now you have options though, because you can kind of do that and like a 4 and a 4 and a 4. This is like a lot of trial and error, but it's pretty quick. So like if you make this the 6 block, you have a 4, a 4, a 4, a 4, you're dead. It doesn't work. So I'm just gonna make it 2 4s because I'm pretty sure it has to be. And then like I could do the same thing here. Like look, if as soon as I make this a 4, I just end up with this, and then like you're dead. So like this is also not a 4. It's clearly a 6 block. This is a 4, which obviously makes that a 6 block, makes that a 4, a 4, a 6 block, 6 block. All right. Hey, we gilded the window. We're at 23 out of 23. Speaking of 6s, 6 difficulty. Oh god, it looks big, but it's probably not that bad. Okay, so 4 or 9. So based on like the 7-star we did earlier, something that really helps here as a shorthand is if you've got 5 blocks like this, you know that you've got a 9 and a 2, basically. And if you know that you have to have a 9 here somewhere, you know that these 3 are together. And you also know that these are together and these are together. Did I say a 2? A 2 by 2. Yeah. I think that naming scheme actually works. This is 9, but this is just 2. In fact, the more different the numbers I'm saying are, the easier it is to track which one I'm talking about, right? Okay, so this is a 9, and these are together, and these are together. One of them will extend and be part of the 9, the other will not. And then look, you have the same thing here. So you cascade upwards, together, together, together. Now, can you figure out anything? Does that help you see anything about this? It helps me, first of all, we have another 5 in a row actually here, right? This has to be a 2 in some way. And in fact, if it were a 2 that goes down, you end up with a corridor here that you can never do anything with. There's a 3 wide and 4 at the bottom right and bottom middle. Right, we can do more things here as well. That's very true. But we know that this has to be 2 and that it does not go down, which means it goes up. Yeah, whoa. So I believe we can lock that in. And if we've locked that in, then we know that this is part of the 9. Because if it were a 2, yeah, we can't do anything. So that means this is a square, and then this has to be a square. This has to be a square. Nice. Now yeah, you're right. We know that we have 2 squares here-ish. Like, we know that this is together, and this is together, and this is together, and this is together, but we don't know. They could be split up apart, or they could not be. We're not sure about that. Oh, but we do know. You're right. We do actually know, because you cannot make a 9 here. So you have to keep going with the 2, which means that's a 2, which means that's a 2, that's a 2, that's a 2, that's a 2. This is obviously a 9 because you can't make a 2 there. Okay, this puzzle's not hard. You could not possibly make a 9 up here. There's no way that... no, there's no way that's true. Even if this were the 2, you couldn't make a 9 because then you'd have an open tile with nothing. So you actually know that this is also a 2. And if you know that it's a 2, can you say anything else about this? I'm not sure. What I do know is there's only 4 squares here, so these are together and these are together. The upper half must be a 9. Wait, no, it doesn't. Not based off this, because if it's 4, you just make that the 9, and you... Oh, this thing. I don't know if this is what you were looking at, but if it is, good job, you actually got that. If you make the 9 here, you are dead. Right, so... yes. Okay, maybe you were looking at it. That's fair enough. So then this is the 9. This is a 4. This now becomes a 9. This has to be a 9. This has to be a 2. This has to be a 9. That has to be a 2. This has to be a 9. That's a 4. That's a 4. That's a 9. And these are 4, 4, 4, 4. Difficulty 6. I'm just that good. I mean, I can see why that deserves to be a 6 compared to the others. It was not the easiest puzzle. That's why I'm just surprised that difficulty 7 is the highest, because I feel like the, whatever you call them, the megahedron, that's what we call them on this stream. We call them megahedrons. The puzzles in Islands of Insight that aren't 1 to 5 stars, they're the something hedron with God knows how many sides. Those, like, basically when you go up to like 8 stars, 9 stars, 10 stars, get really hard. So I'm kind of surprised this game caps at 7, but if it does cap at this difficulty, then I could probably 100% it. So yeah, that's why I'm surprised it only goes up to 7, because Islands basically went up to 10 essentially. Okay, so we have L blocks and plus blocks. This doesn't look that hard. It really doesn't, but maybe it's deceptive. So start by filling in all of that. Some that would be an 8 if you had it. Interesting. I'll have to see my opinion about that when I get to the end. If I feel some of them should have been 8s. I'm very particular about my difficulty levels. I'm not going to change my style just because I know who's watching. Literally anytime I stream Islands, or when I stream this game on Tuesday, I'm literally nitpicking every single difficulty. Every single difficulty number. I'm literally just nonstop. Like, that wasn't a 4. That could have been a 3. That could have been a... So don't take offense to it. Okay, I mean, it's a very easy start, but it probably gets harder. Oh, these can be T blocks, but this can't be a T block. In fact, not only can it not be a T block, but doesn't it literally just have to be an L? It can't. Oh no, it can be a T block. It can go that way. Oof, I almost just drew this. No, it can be a T block. The only ones that can't be T blocks are this and this. All corners have to be L's. That's true. That's actually a really good point. Yeah, realizing that seems important. I could see how this puzzle is just a little open-ended compared to the others. It's like not obvious where you start, but that's a good point. You have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. And if you've already done that, then boom, it has to be completed that way. And then this must become another L. And that means you have this over here, which has to become an L of some sort as well. And then obviously I was gonna say you need to be a T block, which you do. You need to be a T block here. If you tried to be an L, you would get squished out too far. So there we go. That has to go here. This is an L and it stops there. So the only L that I don't know for sure in a corner, like this could continue. The T I made can go left. The last T that I made, like this thing over here. What do you mean about going left? Because all I had was this. All I had was this. And it... I mean, it has to fill in the 2 here? I undo the bottom right L. Oh, why did I fill it in that way? Oh. Ah, yes. Yes, you're right. You're right. You're right. Okay, I get it. Right, I saw this and I just thought, boom. But no, it could be like that, and then the T could go that way. You're right. But that's actually good just because it kind of gives you options. It's like, do you want to fill this in or not? So depending on what we need, we'll make a change there. Okay, good call. You saved me. So next... What is next? I just want to test, like, if this L goes up, I feel like you just die. If this goes up, you just can't do anything, so it must go down. Pretty sure that's true, which means that has to be an L, which means that has to be an L, like that. And then you have a problem. You have a problem. You have a really... I've done something wrong. No, hold on. I've done something wrong. Something has gone badly. How did we get into this situation? Let's just do a restart. We're not too far from the... Let's do a restart and just be very careful. You said we always need an L in a corner. That is true. We do. We cannot possibly have a T going into those. Right? Not even this one? No, not even that one. Then these can't be together, which means that's an L. And then this is not a T. It has to be an L. Okay, so we're kind of right back where we started, but somehow I made a mistake. I said that this L could not go up. And I feel like that's still true. I'll look at what you were saying about the bottom left in a second. Bottom left and middle left. Okay. This has to go down. If it goes up, you just... You don't think it's true that it has to go down? Oh, it does. Yeah, it has to go down. Okay, yeah. Or maybe I said it wrong. If it has to go down, then this has to become an L. That's an L. And then we have a problem. So... This one might be a difficulty 7. Something is going wrong here. Some sort of fundamental assumption that I'm making is wrong. How far back do we undo? L's and T's. Okay, we're basically back at the start. Are we certain of everything we've done so far? Surely. Are we certain that the corners all have to be L's, including this one? No, that's not true. No, no, no. This can go here, and this can go there. These corners have to be L's because they don't have a protrusion anywhere near them, but this one can go this way, and I'm pretty sure it has to, because if you don't do it that way, you run into a dead end. So it's actually probably yes, this. And then this becomes an L. Okay. And then you have this and this. Now this then becomes an L of some sort. That was a cool little realization though. Because I realized it because I was like, well, it's not that every corner becomes an L. This one doesn't because it has a protrusion. And I was like, well, this one has a protrusion nearby, but you can't do anything with that. And I was like, yes, you can. Okay. So do we learn anything more about this? Well, we know one thing about this, which is that it always goes down. Like it could go down to be an L or it could just be part of a T, but it does go down. Now, next up, can we check, like, if this goes down, what happens? Then you kind of make this, and then, like, yeah, I don't know. You can't look that many steps ahead. And if you go up, yeah, it's still viable, so I don't know about that. I still don't think this is going to be, like, a get stuck on for hours type puzzle, but it does have a lot of steps. It does have a lot of things happening. I'm actually not sure what the next step is, honestly. I really want to do something with this, but I can't. It can be a T going that way or this way. Like, it can go any way as of now. What about this guy in the middle that we made? He can't be an L. Okay, he can't be an L, but he could go here as a T. He could go here as a T. He could go anywhere he wants as a T. Oh, this one is hard. It's not that big, so like if you started trial and erroring right now, you could probably just get to an answer, but I would like to logic it out. So what looks like the next place we can make a move? Is it just here? There's a corner. We've made a new corner? Ah, yes, we did. We made a corner. That's very true. I didn't notice that. Okay, perfect. So now, if we... Still not sure, because like if you extend this, then you do that, and then you know, you can make a T. Well, you have to make a T in that case, and like it's... But you could do that. It becomes unsolvable if I make the T. No, what if I do like this, and then this, and then that? I don't know. I'm sure something will go wrong at some point. I have to extend the new corner the other way, or did I already disprove you? I think you probably, like, run into problems. See, like, we ran into a problem if we just kind of kept going with that, but we don't need to trial and error that much. Let's think about it now that we have this step here. Like, what if it went this way? It's kind of similar. You just end up with, like, that, and then, like, you know... actually, wait. I mean, if you make it go this way, then you have to end this shape here, and then you, like... You can't go up anymore. You have to go down. You have to do this. You have to do that. You have to do this, and, like... No, I did it very differently because I extended it downwards. So it's turning out differently now, but... This is still just, like, random trial and error. It's random trial and error that may lead to a solution, except it's clearly not, so let's not. We can trial and error a bit, but let's get a little further into the puzzle, right? Are there any other steps that we can make for sure here? So the problems mostly come up in this area, right? When we're doing our trial and errors, the problems come up around here. If this becomes a T, or like... I might have something. if you try to have an L... Okay, I have a little something. I don't know where it's going yet. But what I'm noticing is that if you try to make this an L block in any way, you kind of become screwed. Because, like, if you make it an L there, first of all, you can't make that L. You actually can't, because then you have to do something here and it doesn't work. But most L shapes that you try to make here cause a problem. This one would work because it makes a T block. Actually, this one works. Or no, it doesn't actually. Or well, it could. You would then need to make this a T block, this an L block, extend 2 L's in the other directions. That's true. But you cannot here now. See? Now you have a problem with this L. That's what I mean. Like, I'm not saying it's like some clear, hard and fast rule. I'm just saying that no matter which L I think of, it seems like it always causes problems. So this L just straight up doesn't work. This L doesn't work because then you have to do this and a T block, and then this becomes an L, and then you can do that, and then that becomes an L, and you can do this, and then you can do that. I don't know, something. Yeah, no, you're right. My line of thinking is not helpful. There might be a way to make an L here, maybe. Damn, this one really is a doozy. Okay. I don't see any guaranteed steps, actually. Looking at this intersection now, it's like these pieces just all work in such a way where making one tiny change leads to a whole chain reaction that starts looking good, and then it just has one spot that it can't fill. So I don't know. I just noticed the left half of the screen is just a very... What is that? Showing? Oh, is it like the window arch? Do you like zoom in to the... Because normally you see like a bunch of paint ingredients and like paint brushes and stuff in the background, and here it's just like stone wall, wood wall, or whatever material that is. Okay. I was gonna say, do you have problems if you make this a T? Because then you make this an L, and then this has to become a T, but then this becomes an L, and then this is a T. See, whatever I do, whenever I trial and error, this intersection just always ends up kind of unsolvable. That's why I'm feeling like I want to focus on this intersection, you know? Like, how do we make this intersection work? The intersections are just all tricky because if you put an L through it, the others become very exact with what they demand from you. Whereas if you look at these intersections, 60 empty spaces, so we have 3 groups of 4x5 or 5x4. But all of our shapes are 4 blocks. So I'm a little confused. I don't know. This is the see, this is why I was really thinking of T blocks here, because T blocks, they seem like they will open up more possibilities in this intersection. L's just become awkward because they demand that you make more L's. If you make a single L in the intersection, you have to make 2 more L's, basically. That's why I don't like L's in intersections. It's a rule of life. Never put an L in an intersection. It's like, you know, what is it? If you give a mouse a cookie, if you put an L in an intersection, it's gonna want another L. And then if you give it another L, it's gonna want another L, and it's not gonna accept a T. And T's also demand more T's. No, well, sort of. No, not necessarily. Like, look at our most open intersection. If I put a T into it, it demands at least 1 L. And then it demands like a T, but then it could take a T or an L. I don't think T's are as demanding as L's. Um, um, the shapes in this game, yes, you're allowed to mirror, you're allowed to rotate, you're allowed to do whatever you want. You don't have to worry about it, which is one thing I love about this game. I love that they don't make you do the whole like, oh, but if I rotate that L, wait, is it flipped? Is it not? It's all good. It's all fine. Okay. If T's accept L's, then L's accept T's, right? I don't know. Okay. So, see, I like what's happening here where we sort of drawn a line between the two squares. Like if you, is there any world where you, no, I don't think there's going to be any consistency. If there's a puzzle like this where the answer is just to make only L's, I know. I keep hoping. I think that will happen at some point, that there will be a trick puzzle where they're like, you can make these two shapes, but then you actually don't. Do you think it could be this one? It literally cannot be. This has to be a T, so it's not going to be this one. It's actually, there's an area in Islands of Insight that's sort of like an April Fool's area-ish, where all of the puzzles have some trick like that, where it's like, oh, you can make, you know, single block or this or that or that, and the whole puzzle is just like single block, single block, single block, single block, single block, single block. There's like a little area that's just full of trick puzzles like that, which is kind of funny, though it might even have been funnier if they were spread out through the rest of the world. But yeah, it won't be this one. Okay. What's the next step? Are the intersections the key? This is our most open intersection. Like, you don't want to start from your most open area. You want to start... It's like this corner is in the tightest spot right now. So it feels like I should start here. Like, it has to be an L of some sort. And it's like... It has to be an L, and whichever way you extend it forces a certain T. But what does that do for me? Like, that doesn't really do anything for me. It's just trial and error. I'm just doing trial and error right now, which is completely pointless. Oh, in Islands of Insight, yeah. Right, because the game was going away. So you just kind of had to put them in somewhere. That makes sense. I like that area. It was just a little short. I would have loved to see the version where you like did more and found other places to put them. I think have I trial and errored into the solution? I know that would be a really underwhelming way to finish the puzzle, so good news, I did not. I absolutely did not. This is definitely harder than the other 7-star. Maybe. The 7-star we did earlier was not too bad, but this one... Trial and erroring really doesn't seem to work, so... I still think it's going to happen in this game, though, that there's going to be a puzzle where the shape bank is like some shapes, but also a single block, and the solution is just going to be single block everywhere. I tried it on one puzzle, but I was actually wrong. Yeah, this is rough. Something about this one, I mean, this one just has like 2 options that are very different. Should we look at this again? You initially thought that if we put it down, we would just have problems. But I don't really see why. If you put it down, there's like a lot that you can do, right? Thing is, at this point, as soon as I fill in one thing, it almost like forces a fill of like the whole rest of the puzzle. Does it result in this every single time? Because if it does, then we know that thing doesn't go down, right? Like, am I crazy? It's like, if you put this one down, then you have to do this, and you have to do that, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to make this a T, you have to make that go there, you have to make that a T, you have to do this, you have to finish that as a T, this has to go here, and then you have to, then you die. Then you turn this into a T because you have to, and then no matter what L you make, you're screwed. This is not how I like to solve puzzles though, right? Like, it's just kind of very trial and error. I think it's true. I think it's true that if I extend this down, then the puzzle becomes unsolvable. But that's not how I would like to solve it. It's not how I would like to solve it. I would like to figure out some sort of logical step that a person could just look at and figure out, but I don't know if it exists, that step. So if I fill in this one this way, then you have to do this. This becomes a T. Then you still have actually various options, or do you? No, because you end up with like a corner here, so it has to become that, has to become that. This has to become a T in exactly this way. There are two distinct non-guessy approaches. Let's do the guessy approach, which was sort of just figuring out this one block, because I'm pretty sure now that I've like made that one kind of guess and like just kind of follow it through to its conclusion. Why can't that be an L, the middle T? This thing? This thing? I don't know which T. Because did I get to a solution? Oh shit. No, I think I've actually, yeah, I think I've kind of blue, you know I'm colorblind, the blue one. A blue T in the middle? This? Is this blue? Is it blue? Okay, but there is an approach to this puzzle that could be done without this severe level of trial and error, aka guessing. So if it was this, you think I made something a T when it could be an L? We can call it teal. We can call it all teal. Because what did I do from here? I did this. You said this could be an L? This was the blue T that I drew. Look, it became blue again. How could it? Oh, it can be an L. You're right. Making it a T seemed to cause problems. So I'll make it an L. And then like this, and then like that. And then, wow, we actually are still just having problems. Oops, sorry. Even if I do all that, I seem to still not be able to solve the puzzle. Like, really? I won't accept a solution if I get it like this. Like, I'll still try to think about it logically. I'm just like, really? I can't even brute force it? No, god damn it. We're at the same problem down here where... Yeah, we're at the same problem here. It just always... It always becomes a problem over here. This is the spot that always kills us. It's like this intersection. As soon as you end up with an L in it, everything becomes unsolvable. So... why is that, and what can I do about it? Look at this one. If this one goes off to the right, you end up... like, this is an L. No, it could be a T. If it, like, let's just say it extends to the right at all, right? Like, let's just say that it extends even a single block to the right. You end up having to make an L here. Like, you literally would have to make an L, and then you're done, right? That's, I don't think that's a perfectly logical. It's a little bit trial and error, you know? I like to do puzzles like one step ahead at a time, whereas this is just testing like 3 steps. But like, if you make this go to the right at all, then you're forced to make this an L, and then ends up with a line here. Ah, well, is this the... kind of. But what we've kind of figured out is that, like, if this goes to the right, You have to make this some sort of L, which leaves you with 2 tiles here, which is not possible. Basically. Oh, I've got something. No, I've got something then, and it's not really a trial and error. If this were a line, the puzzle becomes unsolvable, right? Because you can't, what do you do here? And what that means is, it's something about this. This I'm figuring something out. We know that this is not a line, because if this is a line, you can't connect to that, which means these two are the same color. And that means this thing, yes, exactly. That's the only way that like I'm kind of like okay using trial and error. And you could see I was getting there because I was like, no matter what we trial and error, we end up with a problem at this intersection. And the problem is near this intersection, but now I can find a logical step that I could have just found from the start. And it's this guy. This guy was always the next move. These two have to be the same color, because this guy can never continue down 3. This guy is he always, can we figure out one way that he always goes? Yes, that's it. We can figure out one way that he always goes. Aha. Even whether he's a T block or an anything block, he has to go down 1 more. He has to go down. Is that it? He has to go down 1 more because, yeah, like, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's okay to do the trial and error and sort of notice, like, wow, things are always going wrong near this piece. And like, oh, let's look at this piece. And I'm getting there. This guy, we will be able to fill in for sure that he goes, right, okay, the problem is, this is very similar to a puzzle we were doing earlier. We have hallways. We have hallways here, and hallways create problems because the only way to go through them fully is with an L. But wait, because what? I don't know. The only way to have an L going through this hallway is to do something like this or like this. Which, I guess that's valid. Shit, what am I onto? I know I'm onto something. What did we say? This is a line, for sure. Or rather, this is a line. Or rather, that's not a line. Shush, wait, I'm thinking. I'm getting there. There's something going on here. This cannot be a line, because then these two go together, and it's invalid. So these are together in some color. Let's make it that color. And if these are together, it's because this guy, I was gonna say he like has to always go, he can't go down. Or no, he can. He can go down. Fuck, I don't know what I was thinking anymore, but there's something here. He's approaching a corridor, and even if he goes down 1, he cannot go down 2. That's basically it. That's all we've really got. This guy either descends down 1, in which case these are the same color, or he descends down neither, in which case these are the same color because they make an L. So I'm actually not sure how much we got, but all we know is that these two are the same color. That's for sure. These two are the same color. What, are you not impressed? We got something. And if these two are the same color, can we figure out anything about this guy now? It's not much, is it? But it's something. Can we figure anything out about this guy? if he's an L, he goes this way. He probably goes that way if he's a T, but he could just do that. So we don't know, I guess. Fuck, I thought we were getting somewhere. Oh, can we do the same? Oh, we can do the same thing here. We can do the same thing here. Boom. This guy might extend 1, but he is never extending 2. If you had a line here, you'd be screwed, so you don't have a line here, which means this one goes this way. Okay. That's something. That's something. See, this whole area is just very flexible because it's like, you know, you can make it a T, in which case the L's kind of keep going, or you can like make it a T this way to let an L go down. Like it's a very flexible area, but maybe that's a good thing because it means you don't have to worry about it. Just fill it in however you need to later. So we actually have a good amount of this intersection now. Can we do something similar at this intersection, for example? Maybe, because you know that this thing might go 1 in this direction, but it will never go 2. It will never go 2 in that direction, which means that, the same rule. This cannot be a line. These two must be the same color. Ha. But what does that do for me? Makes it easier to trial and error the rest of the puzzle. If we just guess that this one goes down, then we can we continue this logic? Can we continue it like here? No, because this could go an L. It could go up. Oh, here, we can continue it this way. It cannot continue 2 in that direction. If this were a line, the puzzle would be unsolvable. Wait, what? No, wait. Yeah, if this were a line, the puzzle becomes unsolvable. It does make sense. So if I say it's not a line and I paint it, what the fuck is happening? Oh, okay. I was like, because it has to then go up or down or like, no, boom. That cannot be a line. Therefore, you do this. Therefore, you now have an L here. Puzzle solved. Puzzle solved. Puzzle solved. It's all going to fall into place now. This is one of the 2 ways. The other is actually a global argument. What's a global argument? I'm not up to date on my puzzle terminology, it looks like. I'm sorry, I don't develop puzzle games. I'm curious what the other way would be, if you can describe it. If it's hard to like put into words, then like don't worry about it. But yeah. Okay, that was really satisfying, is when you consider the entire puzzle to deduce something. I see. I guess you can, I mean, yeah, you can say what it is. Maybe it's like a spoiler because the same method could be used for other puzzles, and maybe I'll figure that out later, but let's, anyway, let's just keep figuring this out then, because I'm pretty sure we have it now thanks to that. Do we not have it thanks to that? Holy fuck, there's still possibilities. But that was a really awesome solve. The corridors were the key. That was awesome. But what else do I do now? You have to place 18 shapes total. Oh, I see. There's 16 intersections. All shapes cover at most 1 intersection. So 2 shapes must not cover an intersection. 2 shape. Oh, is that sort of what I was getting at earlier? Or no, wait. They're exactly 2 such place. 2 shapes must not cover an intersection. Wait, no, I need to read this then. That's not what I was getting at earlier. You have to place 18 shapes total. How do you know that? Oh, because they're all 4. There's 16 intersections. All shapes cover at most 1 intersection, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So 2 shapes must not cover an intersection at all. How can any shape not cover an intersection? I'll have to wait. Let me look at that. 2 shapes must not cover an intersection. There are exactly 2 such places. Oh, I see. I get it. Yes. Ah, two shapes must not cover an intersection, which means that you know which way those L's have to go from the start. You know it can't go down because it has to not reach the intersection. This one we kind of figured out early on, I don't remember how, that it had to go right, but this one I think we were still stuck on until just now, and we could have said, oh, it has to go up. That's really cool. That's not how I solve puzzles, I guess, because clearly I kind of just look for steps, you know, like this way, but that's interesting. I will try to keep that sort of thinking in mind going forward in future puzzles. Okay, and then once you place those two L's, everything else should fall into place. Like it's falling into place now, right? Because we made that deduction, it all falls into place from here. It is very hyper-specific. A lot of puzzle rules in this game are probably hyper-specific because there's like very specific shapes in each one. But yeah, that's a really cool way of thinking about that. I really like that. Okay, this can't be that hard from here. What do we do next? Leftmost of the sixth row has to be a horizontal L. 1, 2, sixth row, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? What do you mean? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Has to be a horizontal L. Because of like the corridor rule. This thing can't, yeah, if this thing goes down, then this can't like, extend far enough. So that's a T. That's an L, which means that's an L. From here, yeah, it should be easy. Any other corridors causing problems? Yeah, this guy's causing problems now. In fact, it's causing too many problems. I don't think we're done here. I can fill in the corner. Oh no, wait, we do this. Oh no, this is fine. Fill in this corner. Yeah, fill in that corner, exactly. And then this has to be the L this way. This has to go like that. Hope I don't make a mistake right now. Wait, no, what am I doing? What am I doing? No, it's fine. It's all fine, right? Oh, wait, shit, we have a problem down here. Bottom left is a fake corner. God damn it, those fake corners again. Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay, let's not rush. But yeah, it has to be more like that. In fact, I think the proper step is like, look at this. This is a corridor now. If you, well, I guess you could. Yeah, sure. Let's just do that and then like do that. This is a true corridor, so, or a true corner, so it has to be like this. This has to go here. This goes there, that goes there. That's a T, that's an L. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we were there once we made the little corridor deduction. That was awesome. That was a really cool puzzle. That was definitely, that was harder than the other 7-star. That was tough, but we got there. Using a little bit of trial and error to triangulate where we needed to focus. See, I told you, it was like that intersection. It was always just causing problems. And there was indeed a key to the intersections. Okay, so our obelisk for this area is at 23 out of 23 plus 2. Every other area has gone to plus 3, so I feel like there's another hidden puzzle somewhere that I'm missing. I will spend exactly 120 seconds looking for it, and if I don't find it, we'll have to move on. Because, like, you don't know how many hidden puzzles there are. I guess that's on purpose, so it's like most areas have gone to plus 3, but I don't know if this one will. Is there anything inside that house? Anything under the bridge there? Not really. Something... Oh, something there? No, that's not anything. I don't see any others. So we might just have to come back for it another time. Apparently the game will reveal them all to me at the end. Or I think the post on Steam said, like, you get a cheat code at the end to show you all the hidden ones you missed. But if the game gives it to you, is it really a cheat? It's like, if I haven't found it, I don't know how I'm going to fit. Driving it as a cheat is bad. You'll have to bring it up with Elliot. I'm sorry. Did he say cheat? I could be making it up. I'm pretty sure he said you get a cheat code. It's an intended helper, not a cheat. Maybe he didn't say cheat. Wait, I don't want to. He did. Okay. I have opinions on this. I don't think Gemma is still here, but Gemma and I have arguments about this all the time about what is or is not a cheat. I say that closing out to the menu during a combat in like a roguelike and restarting the battle from the beginning is cheating. And she says, no, if the game lets you quit to menu and reload, it's okay. And I'm like, I don't know, it's kind of cheating. It's clearly like not intended. And you know, the devs could prevent you from doing it by auto-saving every single turn, but they don't. Exactly. Yeah, I'm talking about Monster Train 2, of course, but I was like, it's basically cheating, and she's like, it's not cheating, the game lets you do it. But I think in this case, if you get a thing at the end that shows you where they are, that's kind of like when you play like Metroid Prime and at the end you find some map that shows you all the collectibles you missed. Like, that's not a cheat. That's just, I think it's good design, because it's like, look, if I've made it through the whole game and I was looking for all the secrets and I haven't found them by now, I'm at the end of the game. I'm just going to check a guide for them. So you might as well just tell me. The gameplay of finding the secrets was like, can you find them on your own? Well, you didn't, so too bad. Now you get told where they are. You failed to find them, too bad, but now we're telling you, and that's fine. Because, yeah, like, you also have to do it based on player behavior. If I've looked for all the secrets and I didn't find some and I make it to the end of the game, there's either two options. I'm either just going to close the game and never find those puzzles, or I'm just going to check a guide at that point. So telling you where a secret is, that's true, because it's, I think he said like it just kind of puts more noticeable shiny lights above them or whatever. So if that's the case, it's not like a full cheat. It's just it's like finding an upgrade. It's like finding an upgrade, basically. And a lot of Metroidvanias are like that. You unlock something at the end that shows you where all the things you missed are, because it's like most players are just going to use a guide to go wrap that stuff up. So you might as well show them. So I think it's a good idea. Because like looking for secrets is like, I mean, again, some people really love looking for secrets like that. They'll play like hidden object games. For me, it's kind of like, I will give each area a good pass, maybe even 2 passes. And if I haven't found it at that point, it's not going to be fun to keep looking. So you might as well tell me, you know? Yeah, I mean, I love looking for secrets, especially in like platformers or whatever. Like, I will check every wall. I will jump off the side of the screen just to see if there's anything there. There usually isn't. But I mean, looking for secrets and actually finding one can lead to certainly some of the most mind-blowing moments in gaming, which we know what I'm talking about if we're playing this game. But there was another puzzle game where I spent the whole game clicking everything I could and just looking everywhere I could for things, and I was eventually rewarded. And it was like, yes, my habit of just checking every little corner and clicking every little thing paid off in a mind-blowing way. So I like looking for secrets, but especially because in this case you don't know how many there are. You don't know. So like there might only be +2 in this area, there might not be, so it's like there's a limit to how much time I can spend looking. If you wanted to have a sort of intermediate step that just said like, oh, you're missing one on this obelisk, I could then maybe go look further, but otherwise, you know, yeah, at that point I'm not going to find it. So, okay, did this area unlock? No, it still hasn't unlocked. I have to do this. All right, this is like our final boss. I mean, this is a lot, actually. This is a lot. Okay. It's only difficulty 4, but it looks, it's intimidation level 6 or 7, but maybe it's only difficulty 4. Yeah, exactly. Especially because as the obelisks are right now, it's like sort of unclear at first until you unlock the gold. I think the 3 levels are bronze, silver, gold. I'm not certain because I'm colorblind, but I think they're gold. Don't worry about it. Yeah, because the puzzles that are obvious, and then the secrets, I guess you'll get told at the end. Okay, let's do this puzzle. So we need to create... Okay, so the puzzle's not as hard as it looks because there's only 2 symbols per area. Hunting for the last secret is difficulty 8. Is that what? Yeah, I think I got what you meant. Okay. You can also make your regions any shape that you want. Like, there's no restrictions. So we actually have a lot of freedom here. What's a good starting point? I think a good starting point at the very least is that this has to go up and this has to go up in parallel to it, because they both need to reach a red. And if this guy needs to reach a red, now his only option is this. And then he literally cannot go any further, so he's become a 3. Which means this one is either a 3 this way, which doesn't really get you the amount of shapes that you would want, or it's a 3 this way, which is perfect. This guy has to go until he reaches a red, and we're gonna have to mirror this, and we cannot go any further because he can't go left, and if he goes up, he can be a 4, but he cannot be a 5. So that's gonna stop at 4. Yeah, this puzzle is not as intimidating as it looks. Got redesigned the day before release. Wow, that is interesting. Used to have deltas. Oh, it used to have deltas? Man, that's too bad. Did deltas make it easier, or they were getting walled by the deltas? I see. I mean, doesn't adding more restrictions actually make it easier in a way? Because the more, like, a delta really just gives you more information. Unless there were like less shapes and stuff in that case. Okay. Wow, I wonder where the deltas would be. Just like a line like here or something with a delta on it, maybe. Half of them were deltas instead. I see. Well, at that point, the whole puzzle probably just has kind of a different solution. So I guess I can't judge what that puzzle would have looked like. It's just okay. So everything has to be filled in, right? Which means that this has to go here. It literally has to go up. All right. We're just going to work through this. This happens occasionally, but normally only when I wear my headphones because they're too tight. I was wearing headphones earlier. It's like the deltas weren't doing much. Exactly, that's what I mean. Like, if they're not doing much, then they're just kind of helping you. Okay. But I can see why having both of them sort of intimidates people a bit more, because they're like, oh god, so many symbols. Whereas Geminis are nice. It's just like, boom, once I've filled in one side, I know exactly what's on the other side. It makes it feel... Oh, that's why you would rework this puzzle, because this is like literally a gatekeeper. I'm pretty sure I literally cannot continue the game until I finish this puzzle. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Lousy fief. What is a fief? It's like something related to like kingdoms or something, right? Isn't it a word you always see in like medieval stories? A fiefdom or something? I don't even know what that is. Yeah, they would get to the end with a delta wrong and then almost without fail start breaking things that were correct on the side that was correct. Right, this is a very important puzzle to make sure it's not too hard, because it seems like it's like very, very mandatory. So I get it. It is a little sad though that it doesn't have deltas in it, just because like it's not representing sort of half of the Gemini delta mechanic that you just learned before this, but yeah, whatever. It's still a cool puzzle this way though. So here, right, like you must have this over here. Yeah, I mean, I think just like playtesting. Probably not streaming it live on Twitch at that point, but probably have playtesters. So let's see. This has to go here. You literally have to turn this into, at the very least, an L block. Because if you go further and try to reach one of these other blues, it's like, no, this blue literally can't reach anything except for this red. So it has to be with this red. Now, I have an L block. If I make this, a T block, I'm going to probably have issues. Yeah, there's no way to make another T block on the other side of it, so it has to be an L block. And if it has to be an L block that includes this, but also reaches a red, then I will have to go here. This red now has two options. It either becomes a 3 or an L. I don't know which, but I think the better thing... Ooh, are we about to have a melon, aka a rainbow, aka a container shape? I just noticed this. This blue, this is a cool part now. This blue has to go here, and it has to reach this red, which means on the other side, we... Wait, what have I done? Oh, like this. I was thinking of having this as the end point, and so I was like, huh? No, huh? No, huh? Yeah, it's this. It has to be this. Oh, that's really cool. Okay, then you make an L shape over there. This one has to touch that, clearly. This guy, I don't know who he wants. He wants one of the two next to him. I feel like if this guy goes to the left, you're just causing problems for yourself. Oh, wait. Oh. Aha. I think I see what's happening here. What about an uneven melon? This red has to touch this blue. That's cool. Which means that then we have to do this, and then boom, we put those together. There's too many reds on the left. Too many reds. There's a lot of reds on the left there. So we just do that, make a 2, and then boom, an L shape. Complete the final puzzle in the market area. Was this a market? I can see that. Another slight piece of feedback, whenever you complete an obelisk, or whatever you call these things, I call them obelisks, it gives you an achievement that tells you like what the name of that area was, usually named after the mechanic in it, but then you can't actually see that name anywhere other than the achievement. And I think the same is true of market. Like, there's nothing else that tells me that this is a market. Doesn't really matter that much. I don't think the names are important, and I could see why you might want to keep the UI minimal. You don't want like market whatever written on screen. It could still be here on the obelisk instead of just restoration progress. It could name what the area was. And like, I guess the market is just like all of this. Is this the market obelisk? I don't know. I wouldn't care about area names, but when the achievement shows it and then it goes away and I can't check what the names were again, it like slightly annoys me. Hey, there's a hidden one here. Let's not forget that, but I can't click it right now. Well, we've been going for a while. I won't go too much longer, because people need to sleep. I'm not a person, so I don't need sleep. Oh, this part's cool. Oh yeah, we've like opened up new areas. Ooh, I love like the whole network of connected like things down there. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I don't think you can actually go down there. You just kind of have to like look through this hole in the middle. Just I don't want to stop. It's too fun. Here. Oh boy, yeah, there's gonna be a lot more areas. This world map really continues onwards, huh? Aw, cool blue lake. Oh, there's gotta be something hidden. Gotta be something hidden down there. There's something behind the waterfall. Is there a waterfall? There's always gotta be something behind the waterfall. Ooh, a little pot. Oh no, it's not a pot. It's just like 2 little torches. Like someone lives here. Very cool. Let's just look at what the next mechanic is. Left or right? I guess to the right. Precision. All areas must have an area of exactly 4. This was from Islands of Insight, right? This doesn't look too bad. The trick is that For those who weren't here at the start of the game, you can never have a region that goes on both sides of a wall. Hasn't really come up in anything we've done in the past 3 hours, which is why I'm reminding people of it. So the trick to this one is more so that whatever comes up this way can't loop around at all. So it has to be a T block, and then a T block, and an L block. What's the other mechanic here? Polyomino. I pronounced that wrong, I'm sure. Polyomino depicts the shape of its region. Oh, well, you would think I would know this word. I've certainly played enough games with polyomino rules. So if that has to be a plus, I mean, this is tutorial. It's not going to be that hard, right? Yeah. Okay, so if we go this way, we get polyominoes, and if we go here, we get precisions. All areas must be 3. Yeah, I don't know. I am actually kind of tired. We probably won't do too much. Let's just get to something a little bit meatier, but then we'll stop. What have I done wrong already? Surely you have to make an L shape in the corner there. I'm pretty sure that's true. Oh, and then you do this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then that. All regions have area 4. Doesn't have to be L's. Was that what I was doing wrong? I was making L's. Okay, this doesn't seem too bad, right? Is there really only one solution to this puzzle? It feels like there could be more, but I guess the way they're spaced out forces a certain configuration. Yay! Deltas and Geminis have returned. Okay, all areas have to be 4. Interesting. I'm guessing you make a 4 and then an L and then a zig followed by another zig, and then it just all works out. That's cool. All regions have 7. Why is this like... Why is it just like strangely faded out at the bottom? Is that intended? I mean, it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there should be like a 7th. Like, why is it? I guess it's faded out because it's programmed so that the image can't cover the right side where the text is. But in that case, the shape should probably be zoomed out more. I don't know if that's worthy of a bug report, because, like, who cares? But it seems probably slightly unintended. So you have to have 7, but these lines, the rule panels are 3 by 4, and you just can't fit 2 7s, and that's 2 7s. What do you mean 2 7s? Don't you only need 1 7? Confused. Like the others. Oh, because it shows multiple ways to make 4. I didn't notice that. It doesn't just show a 4 by 4. It shows multiple ways to make 4. Right. Exactly. They all have multiple, but for 7, you can't show 2 7s, so you show just 1. Well, I was more concerned about the fact that it faded out. You could zoom out of the square a bit, the same way as when you show like that weird one with the hook at the top. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter that too much. What if you do 13? Right, then you kind of have to zoom out way too small. Yeah, I get it. It doesn't really matter that much. I just wasn't sure if it was unintended. Okay, 7. So let's, yeah, what if we... Is there going to be a huge number? Is there going to be a puzzle that's just like precision 18? Precision 40? I don't know. There could be. I feel like there was something like that in Islands of Insight. There was, I think, at least one puzzle in Islands of Insight where it was like all regions must be 16. I even like remember it because it's like you had to make like these big loop things that looped around, and I have a vague recollection of it. Yeah. Now I'm scared. Now I'm scared about how big the number is gonna go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hi, Gemma. We were just talking about you and about cheating. About cheating in video games. About cheat codes that are given to you by the developer themselves. And if they still count as cheating, if the developer puts them in the game as a cheat code. Okay, 1, 2. I know you have strong opinions about cheating in roguelikes, and if restarting a battle counts as cheating. So, So 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh. It looks like there's a little ghost here. Look at this. There's like a little ghost. He's got 2 eyes and a little nose, and he's got like a little rounded head. And he's got like a little L shape on him. I'm not crazy. He's like a little ghost. Wait. No, I need to zoom in on the... Oh, fuck it. I don't care enough. It's too annoying, but there's a ghost. I'm telling you. Okay. So we're making 7. Exactly. If I just click it... Oh, it's gone! No! I killed him. I killed the ghost. If we just... Wait, no. If I go back to green... Oh, I saw him again. Wait, I saw him. No, I saw him. He's there. Oh, well, look, here's another ghost. Look, there's like a rounded shape, and there's like 2 little dots on the left and right. There's a 2 little dots. 20 by 20 precision 1 puzzle in the workshop. That's funny. That's the puzzle I wanted, where everything is just 1. Oh, I think those were dots on my monitor. I think those were on my monitor. But the ghost from earlier was real, and he's gonna come back if I just switch to the right color. I think he mostly appears when it's green. There he is, there's the ghost, He's got 2 eyes and a little nose, or a little mouth, or whatever. And he's got a little L-shaped block on the bottom, and then he fades away. He's real. Okay, no, he's a cute ghost. Okay, 7. You see, my instinct was to just draw the shape from the thing, but that's not what's happening here. I just need to make 7 in some way, and you think this one's cute. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, you might have to make the shape from the thing, because you really have to sort of cover various... Right? Like, you probably do just have to kind of start with something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I just make the shape from the thing? Not quite. 7. I'm just gonna go until it starts getting all bzzz, and then stop. Bzzz, stop. There we go. It just works. Okay, I get it now. I get now. Yeah, I see what's happening now. My bad. My first instinct was that it was a glitch because it faded out, but now I see that there's yeah, that's the graphic, the placeholder graphic for number greater than like 4. Okay, all regions must have area 11. Well, how hard can that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You need to like get to the middle, but like you can't cut off the middle. Well, this isn't that hard, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then just fill in whatever you need, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, this is only difficulty 2 because we're still sort of tutorializing me. I could see a version. I was worried we'd get something where it was like this one, when it goes here, this makes 12, and it's like, oh shit, there's 1 left over. I've done something wrong. But this is still tutorializing, so it's not going to be that hard. Oh, this is a hidden puzzle. I'll do it in a second. All regions must be 3. Because yeah, like so far these are easy. It just kind of feels like you just draw whatever you want and it works. Even though I know that there's only 1 solution, it feels like you can just do whatever you want. Okay. All regions must be 3. So like these pop out, like it's kind of like the puzzle we were doing earlier. We have to make all of those just kind of pop out a little bit. And so from there, it has to go a certain way. It's like, do they all go down or do they all go up? Do I have a guess? Well, if this goes here, you become screwed, obviously. So it just has to go down. Maybe that counts as trial and erroring, but I feel like it was just kind of easy to see that. I feel like there's only going to be 2 regions in this puzzle then. Wait a minute. Exactly. Yeah, I've had this debate before. I've had this debate before. Exactly. When I say that I'm doing deduction, what I really mean is that I'm doing sort of a one step ahead trial and error, as in like, oh, if I do this, the puzzle breaks, so it's bad. Whereas trial and error is like, well, if I do this, then it would lead to this, which leads to this, which leads to that, and then the puzzle breaks. So I think I realized that I was actually wrong because it's like I always sorted the two ways of solving puzzles into A, logical deductions, and B, trial and error. But they're actually the same thing. Logical deduction is just a one step ahead deduction, and trial and error is just checking 3 or 4 steps ahead. But they're not that different. And exactly, like, I'm not that smart, so I can just see one step ahead. So that's how I solve puzzles. I'm just like, if I do this, it doesn't work, so it's not that. Boom. But if you can see multiple steps ahead, then exactly, there's not a huge difference. I think the level of steps we were doing in the 7-star, where we were just like having to fill in 10 steps ahead, that became trial and error, like by any definition. But otherwise, yeah, your own intelligence level just kind of determines what you can see. And even some puzzles that I kind of like fill in half of it and then just guess the rest, we could say that I am having actually some sort of subconscious intuition of like what will work or not. So yeah, the line is blurrier than I sort of used to think. And I try not to speak in terms of like deduction versus trial and error anymore, sort of, even though I have been speaking that way, but there's more nuance to it, I see now. So with this one, see, I don't know how I would start this puzzle if I was trying to figure out like, oh, what's a logical first step, aka something you can figure out just one step at a time. I don't know how I would do that. I think the easiest thing is probably, clearly the puzzle is what, 6 by 6? Yeah, 36. So there's only going to be 2 sections. So I know that you're probably going to do some sort of, this is maybe what you might call a global solve. Like, I know there's only 2 sections. So I know they have to sort of make like a yin and yang where they leave each other room to go around each other, right? Is it going to just be like a simple snake? The problem is then I end up with a section that's on its own. I think let's not use the random feature for this. Let's just pick 2 colors, preferably 2 that look different from each other. Let's use these. Like, this is one color, this is the other. This is one color, this is the other. This is one color, this is the other. What just happened? What? Wait, all I did was, oh, God, I probably scrolled the wrong way. This is one color, this is the other. And then, sorry, let's just go on here. Oh, God. Let's go here. That way when I press scroll wheel down, it actually goes down. And when I press scroll wheel up, it goes up, because it was doing it the opposite on this side. And I think that was screwing me. Okay, so you have light blue, dark blue. We can literally just figure that out like this, basically. Pretend these are like sort of deltas and we're filling in notes, you know, on each side of them. So it's like, that's blue, that's dark, that's light, which means that's dark, which means that's light. What? Why is that? Oh, because it thinks it's a different color. I think when you paint a different region, even if you have the same color selected, it doesn't count it as the same. I'm a little confused, but oh, because then it got boxed in. I see why it was doing that. Okay, so that means this one's dark, and that means this one's dark, which means this one's light, which be light. Be light means this one's dark. Okay, that's something. It's very tempting to just connect these as dark, but there's like a chance it actually goes around the outside edge, but like actually probably not. Probably not, almost certainly not. This must be dark, right? Like there's no way to connect them and have a blue. Like, that kind of common sense. I just, like, not 100% certain. Right, I get it, because it was counting as a separate area, because, like, the colors, even though I was choosing the same color, it had them as, like, separate blocks. Oh, yeah, this is very similar to Islands of Insight with, like, all blacks must touch, all whatevers must touch. Yeah, it's very similar, because this is just, this has to touch. So we know that. And then this feels unlikely, but it's technically possible. Well, no, it's not. This, no. I know it feels like this should be easy and I don't need to logic it out so tightly, but like, here, if I make this color, then the blue has to either cut it off or it has to get cut off itself. So that's definitely dark blue, and this is light. Oh my god, just be the same. Thanks. And then this can't go here because it's gonna get cut off. So it has to go this way. It could get that. I don't see why it would, but it could. Oh, I think I've got this. I don't know why I was struggling with this one. It's not that bad. It's just my initial attempts at drawing the two sections were like kind of being weird, but I think it's like this, and then, right, yeah. I was trying to make like a loop and then another loop around it, but it kind of makes like a trident, probably, this light blue. It probably goes more like, whoa. Oh, did I make more than 18? That's crazy. My bad. Like this? Oh, that's already more than 18. Okay, well then I'm assuming I can just fill in the rest. Yeah, it's not that hard. This one is not open yet. Okay. There's one over here. I don't think it counts as a hidden puzzle, but I'll do it. Deltas and Geminis. Precision 3. Okay. This has to pop out at least a little, and this has to pop out at least a little. And then every puzzle exactly. I'm just like, well, technically any of them could be hidden if you have bad perception. You know, maybe the one under here is hidden. Maybe you don't notice it, you know? So sometimes hard to tell if one was meant to be hidden or not. Okay. So this is at least 2. This is at least 2. You're gonna have to mirror these, not mirror, but like whatever, Gemini them, and then also delta them. I mean, it's like I don't want to make it that much bigger than 2. Oh, I think this is sort of the key, because like if you somehow find a reason to make this an L, you like probably cause major problems for yourself, because you can't do that. You can't do that. I mean, no, you'd have to do this. Oh, but then if this one's not an L, then it's okay. I don't know how to proceed on this one. See, this is difficulty 2, but I really am not sure about my first step. Like, do I want it to be... It can either be a line or an L. Oh, I think I know something. Okay. This, whatever it is, has to be Gemini'd, which means that if I make it a line, I have to Gemini the line, which is actually okay. No, it's not okay, because everything is 3, which means this would then become bad. So it has to be the L shape, which means the L shape here gets Gemini'd, but there's multiple ways to do it. Not that way. But I could do this, but I can't, so I have to do this. Okay. It's not too bad, actually. It just isn't the most obvious how to start this one. This cannot be an L shape. Oh, there's only 2 types of shapes you can make that are 3, so it has to be like this. Then this one has to be there, which means this one has to be a 3 to match with the Gemini. That has to be an L shape, so you need another L shape. And then over here, you can't make a 3. You have to make an L of some sort. And so then the delta is going to want a straight line. Oh, it all filled in from that. It's great. I don't think that was a hidden puzzle. Probably not. It's an aha that I'm pretty sure I've had before, like in Islands of Insight, but I haven't done a, 3-size puzzle in a while. So yeah, I needed to re-aha that. It's kind of an obvious thing in retrospect, but I didn't immediately get it. But I definitely remember doing puzzles like that in Islands where I was like really telling myself, like, what are all the ways you can make 4 blocks? You can make a 4, you can make a line, you can make an L, you can make a zig, and trying to really keep them all in my mind. Precision 4. Why do we have a 1 difficulty now again, all of a sudden? Is it 1 difficulty though? It looks it's kind of hard. Maybe it's not that hard. Well, that didn't work, but that didn't work. Restart. This has to be at least that. Okay, this one's done. This is just an L. And then this, if you like try to go down here, you just become dead. So it has to also be an L. And I really want this to be a zig, which it can be if I just do that. Okay, cool. Let's do the ones on the side here, I guess. Ooh, they're 3 and 4. Yeah, sure, why not? Precision 16. All regions must be 16. Okay. The 2 regions touching the symbol must be different shapes. I'm pretty sure we only have room for 2 16s. This is clearly a 32 size puzzle. So, and they must be different shapes because of this delta. Well, they were probably gonna be different shapes anyway. Like, are you really telling me that if this delta wasn't, like, usually, right, if you put in something like that in a puzzle, it's because, like, oh, there's an easy solution, but so that you can't do that one, we'll put in one little over here. But, like, are you really telling me that if this delta wasn't here, I could have just made the same shape twice? I don't think I could have. I really don't. Oh, maybe I could have, right, because I could have done, like, oh, no, I was wrong. Okay, I was wrong. I could have just done this and, you know, whatever. Can't really picture it. But yeah, I could have just done a symmetrical thing. Okay. So no, this does prevent you from doing the symmetrical thing. I just didn't quite realize that at first because I was like, oh, there's so many curves and walls, but no. Well, you could never have just made a box, though. Honestly, the fact that there's a wall is more important than the fact that it has a delta on it almost, but I'm sure the delta is useful too. I won't question. I will not question the puzzle maker. So if you can't be on both sides of the wall, it implies that you're probably gonna make, you know, something like, right? Like, it doesn't seem like it should be hard. Oh, that happened. Yeah. Whoa. No. Just, like that. Oh, but I'm making the same shape, aren't I? I'm making the same shape. No. Like this. And it won't work. Fuck, man. This is what I deserve for, like, rambling my thoughts. This is my first impression. I was wrong. It just kind of, like, my first impression of the puzzle was like, well, if you're gonna do this, you're never gonna end up with the same shape twice. It's so twisty and turny and whatever. It's like, no, you do. You end up with the same shape twice. Well, fuck. How do we not? Can I just make, like, a tiny little change? Yeah, if I'm gonna make a change, I just make it... Can't I just, like... I just want to, like... Because the differences between the 2 sides is that this one has the wall and this one doesn't. So all I want is to extend this one slightly and then have this bite into it somewhere. Oops. But then I can't. Oh god. Okay, it is actually tricky. Well, yeah. It's like so close though then. Can I just, what do you need? You need one more, but you need one more? Oh, can I have this just go, stop. Can I have this go down here? And then have this pop up on the other side? But then just have this, but then just have this eat a little bit more, but it can't eat there. That's too much. Damn it. This is tricky. This is a very clever puzzle, though. I definitely like this one. Do it from scratch, you think? Okay, sure. I don't know. I think it probably mostly follows this shape. It just, like, you need this all to be one color and this to be another one, surely. It's just like, and then you, like, this. I think there's just sort of a key spot that I need to find where it's like, ah, that doesn't have to be what you think it is at first. Like, you think this goes here. Like, I think I did find that. Like, the fact that this can kind of loop down and then maybe have that. Are we... This is what I was trying to do. That's why I don't think starting from scratch is helping much, because I still feel like this seems like sort of the right call. Shit. Ah, fuck. Ah, it all got bad. Is there and there? No, I've mirrored myself again. I deserve that. I deserve that. Okay, damn, I feel like I'm so close. So close. Where else can I make just a little change? What about if you don't have this and this, but you like that way and that way? Oh fuck, but now that's fine. Just have this go there. And then let's just remove two of them elsewhere, like these two, but then do this. But then have the dark blue eat the light blue one more time. Yeah, very random. We're just like, well, if we just operate on this and if we just snip that, like maybe we're imagining. This is really funny, imagining a surgeon just doing it that way. They're just operating. You're like, well, what if I just do this? That didn't work, but I'll just... That could literally be like a skit that someone makes doing surgery, like you saw. Okay, restart. That doesn't exist in surgery. Fuck, man. This is what I get for taunting this puzzle. I wasn't taunting it. I found it hard to believe that the delta would really make a difference, because it just seemed like if you try to go around this and then go that, like there's no way you'd end up with the same shape twice. Okay. My most basic assumption was that, please become a lighter color. My most basic assumption was that these walls are locked in. But is that true? Yes, that is true. If you ever went across, you would just, you couldn't. You couldn't. I mean, you could like go across or something. You could try to do like, you know, 16 here and then 16 here, but obviously it just won't work. So one color, second color, dark, light. Sorry, I'm just colorblind, so I try to make the shades as different as possible for myself. Oh, I didn't even realize I was on blue. Let's be on random. Oh my... No, this puzzle feels wrong if it's in those colors. Let's keep it at blue and light blue. So it's like there must be some spot where you can do a little What are the... There must be 2 spots where you have room to wiggle, but then you have to not wiggle in the same way. And those spots are probably like around this and around this, aren't they? Can you wiggle up? You could wiggle up instead. Oh no, you can't wiggle up. That's the problem. Wiggling down just makes so much sense. And then you wiggle like this. Ah, okay, that's it. But then last time, right, we copied the wiggle, basically. And so we did it all twice, and it was wrong. But what if, on the lower half, we find a different way to wiggle? What if we wiggle differently? What if we wiggle like that? Yeah? No. 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 No, I don't like it. So we've wiggled by making a little boink like this, but we want to not do that wiggle here, which means we want to fill this in with the darker color, which means this has to be the lighter color, and so does this, but then so does that. Oh, wait, is it just easy? I mean, this is only difficulty 3. Do you just... Why is that wrong? Oh, but that's okay. Okay. I think that was it. The first time we did it, we had both halves looking like this. And then the second time we did it, we had both halves looking like this. But the key was what I said. There's 2 ways to do your little wiggle, and you just have to use both. So it wasn't as bad as I... okay, let's stop soon. If we go another 25 minutes max, and then we stop. Because we've been going for a while. I don't really want to stop. I'm feeling slight fatigue. Precision 13. Gemini. Okay. 13. I'm assuming there's only room for 2 of them, right? It's a really good game. There's limits to how many times I can say it. I mean, I played Islands for like 10 hours or whatever. I streamed it for like 10 hours when it launched. Yeah. So I'm not surprised. And Islands was even easier to keep playing because it's like, oh, there's some spheres, and oh, there's this, and oh, there's that. Dude, I love pattern grids. I don't think there's gonna be pattern grids in this game. I love pattern grids. I really don't, I mean, puzzles are not my main genre, but I've played a decent number of puzzle games, but these games are the ones that are just the most able to get me to keep playing. I mean, I played Witness together with Para. I also played Taiji together with Para, and we would go for like many hours, but even both of those games had some level of like, they had a bit less just one more than this game, I feel, especially Witness, which made you have to like continually rewire your brain all the time. Also, like the music and the artwork, like I'm kind of shocked that no puzzle games have used the stained glass idea until now. Maybe they have because there's literally a million games on Steam, but I haven't heard of any. Because it feels like it's like an idea that's just so perfectly destined to work for these region coloring puzzle games. I'm shocked that no one else did it. So the combination of the glass and the music and like the overworld, it just, yeah, it just makes it a really pleasant and easy game to keep playing. Okay. Precision 13, we're making 2 of them, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, we're making 2 of them. I do really like this use of the precision mechanic just to making 2 regions only. Yeah, the sound effects are really good too. And the sound effect when you... Is there a sound effect? There isn't one, but the visual indicator is still... I guess this game would feel wrong if every time you like went over it went zzz, meh, meh. I think that would probably really ruin the flow. Okay. That's true, like hearing it get filled in. Click, 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 click. Is there a different sound when you use the flood tool? No, just like one. thing. Yeah, okay, whoa. We've made a mess. Okay, so what are we doing? 13. Oh, but these are Geminids, so it's like, in this case, you do want to make the same shape. So like, is it as simple as like, maybe not that, but like, is it as simple as this? Yeah. Difficulty 4? It just works out. It just works out. It just works. I mean, I could see how it could be kind of hard to like wrap around it, but like it just, right? Like it just worked. It was like, well, clearly you have to make like a little trident shape and just go boom and get all 3 of them and like, yeah, no, whatever. Okay. Hey, we finished. No more, no less. Restore the precision window. How do I know it's called the precision window though? These last people to potentially bump the difficulties. Oh, bump it down. For some reason, when I hear bump, I think bump up. I was like, I'm gonna make it higher. On both of these, or well, no, this one is harder than difficult. Oh, it's tricky. It's tricky. It really requires, it doesn't use a skill set that any other puzzle has used so far. So you really have to think about how it works. Yeah, exactly. Switch this one to a 4 and then switch this one to a 3. Exactly. I could see that. This one was pretty intuitive to me. Might not be for everyone, but okay. What's over here? Hi. Precision 5 Delta. And this game is also like, I feel like the design is like, it's easy enough that you can play for 5 hours without getting mentally fatigued, even doing the 6 stars and 7 stars. It's like just a perfect difficulty level where it's never hard, but every puzzle still has like a satisfying realization to it. Okay, so 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it can't go 5, so it has to be this L shape, which means this can't be an L shape, which means that the only other shape available to it is this thing. And then this one can't make that shape, but it can't go up or it makes the shape. It can't go there or it makes the shape, so it has to go like that. And then this one can't repeat that, which it would if it went here, so it has to make a big L. I'm about to have a problem. What? What? No, that all felt so natural, but then if I make the big L again, I'm dead. Should I rethink this? This has to be... Somewhere I made a step that was not a step. This has to be an L. It can't go down. It has to be an L. The only way for this to avoid becoming an L is to go here. This can't go up. It can't go there. It has to go there. Which means this one, if it... it's this. It's like, I was all or nothing thinking, right? I was like, either I go all the way this way or I go all the way that way. No, do a little bit of both. Now, I actually don't know about either side of this. I guess I do have to continue here. This one can't make that. Oh, I see. It has to go down to this corner, right? It doesn't have to. Well, it does have. Okay, no, it does have to, thanks to this guy. Thank you, this guy, for existing. Because if you just go 5 here, right, like, then you'd have to mirror it, so you can't. So, so, if you turn left, you're for sure done, so you have to go down. Once you've gone down, you have to get this guy, because no one else can get him. And then if you were to do this, you break the rule, so you have to do that. This one cannot be a T block. But you have to get this guy, but then you can't be a T block, so you have to keep going this way. This is a cool one. It's just kind of very step by step, but it is satisfying. It's satisfying the way the puzzle keeps guiding you to make your first 4 blocks the same, and then you have to do it a certain way on the 5th block. It's good design. I mean, this is what I'd be saying even if there were no devs here. This is what I say when I play games anyway. So it's not that it's just, I just love the game. Okay, so 1, 2, it has to go get this, right? It doesn't really have to go get that. It could just not. It could just like go down and make like a melon or something, and then just like, but it can't really. I think this one has to go here. Or no, it just cannot go there. That is what's happening. Like, if you go here to get this, you're dead. You cannot. So you have to, like, turn. You actually do have to turn here. I see. I think I see. You have to turn, so this one will probably end up being, like a 5 like that or something, basically. So if you go here, if you continue this way, you're forced to pick up that guy and you end in trouble. So you have to turn. And then if you go that way, obviously you're dead. So that doesn't work. So you have to go like this. You could become a melon or you could become a big L. I don't know for sure yet, so I won't do it. But now you have to do this, but you can't loop around. So that's a different color. You have to go that way. This one has to go here. Yeah, it has to be exactly what I said, basically. So see, intuition. I just kind of, I knew it was going that way, but I still wanted to reason it out step by step. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still don't know if you're a melon. In fact, I do know you're a melon because this is a not melon. So you have to become a melon. 1, 2, 3. And then, I don't know what's going on here. What do you want like this shape? No, this shape looks fine. And then like that shape and this shape. Yeah, that part just kind of fell into place. I can keep going along the sides or I can do these. Let's keep going along the sides, I guess. These will be like probably our last 2. I gave myself 14 more minutes. Okay, precision 5. This is a cool little loop-de-loop over here. I don't know what's going on with it, but it's cool. I mean, I can't make an L shape because then I have to, I could make another L shape there, and then I could just do this, and I could like do this, and then I could like, I don't really like what I'm doing. Okay, let's not do random guesswork. Fine, I'll solve the puzzle. If you have a delta, not a delta, sorry, a Gemini here, does that limit me in any way? It means I don't want to make an L shape out of it because I can't repeat that. There aren't actually that many 5 shapes, right? Like if you can't make an L shape and you can't make 5 in a row there, you have L shape, you have 5 in a row, you have 4-way L, but like, yeah, if you're in this box, you just don't have many options. Your only other option really is to make the thumbs up or the, oh no, it's always a thumbs up. It's literally just always a thumbs up. But you can't just make a square here. That doesn't work. So you'd have to make it this way. Maybe? That's really bad though, because then you have to like do this and then you just like, you can't repeat the thumbs up shape. Or you could if you did this, but then this guy gets boxed in. That's like, there really probably aren't that many shapes that are even allowed here. But yet I can't even figure out what shape it is, strangely enough. I was gonna say I could actually do something weird like that. And then like, that just doesn't work either. Wow, why is this so hard? Is it better to work with this one just because it has a narrow corridor on the other side? Maybe it is. Yeah, this one has more room. Let's work with this one. There's a narrow corridor on the other side, which really limits my options. It could be the L shape in this case, because then you can do this. Like, that's kind of fine. But you still have problems here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I make that? Can I? No, I can't. I was like, ooh, I could do this. That's no. Wow, why am I having trouble with this one? Only a difficulty 3. Huh. Were there other shapes that could go here other than an L? Again, I could make the little thumbs up, but making the thumbs up is literally always going to cause problems even on this side, because then boom, you're screwed. There's no 5 that I'm missing. Like a 5 that fits into a 3x3. Like, literally, if you go up 3 one way, you have to go 3 the other, which makes the L, or you go 2 the other, which makes the thumbs up. Oh, I can do this shape. I forgot about that shape being available. Can I make it here? Oh, can that be a thing? No, but what about this? No, that doesn't work. Shit. I don't know why this one's so hard. Can I do that? I really can't. Oh, melons. Melons are 5. No, you can't make a melon there. Well, what about this melon? No, this is... Huh. I mean, I like making the L shape here, but it doesn't... Oh, and then I could do that. No, that's silly, silly, silly. I like this as a start. Like, it feels like it should go somewhere, but it kind of doesn't. It, like, really doesn't. No, you can't make a thumbs down there, because then you're just blocked off. I don't know if we should judge the difficulty of this puzzle, though, because maybe I'm tired. Maybe it is just a 3. What's the shape being made here anyway? Like, you don't really want... Like, it feels like you're going to want this to be a melon just so that you don't get constricted into a tunnel with your shape that has to be Gemini'd. Like, if you make an L, make an L, make a thumbs up, make... I can't do this one now. This doesn't work. This is all kind of just trial and error, isn't it? But damn. I was like, we have 14 more minutes. I thought I would easily solve 2 puzzles in 14 minutes. This one's gonna take all the time. I don't know. If I were thinking logic, like, what's a deduction that I can make? Like, I've realized a lot of shapes that don't work. Like, the thumbs up, it seems to just not work. A thumbs up of any kind doesn't work at all here because you have to block the area off. Like, these areas have 9 in them. You cannot block them off like that. You know, something is going to have to poke out as part of a 5 somewhere. So you can't make a thumbs up shape here. Even if you make it this way, if you make it anyway, you just can't do that. You can't block off this exit. That's sort of what's important. You cannot block off this exit with whatever shape you're making. So it's like, if you want to use this, your option is to, like, you know, make like a big L or something, which is completely impossible. You can't make this shape because it's impossible. You could go here and then do this, which is obviously bad. So, like, you kind of have to go down a certain amount. But you can't go down more than 3. You cannot go down more than 3. Wow. And you could repeat it with this. Maybe there's like rotations and flips that I'm not thinking of. I mean, it kind of feels like because this is a 9, you really want 5 to get used up inside, and then another 5, and then 4, and then poke out by 1. Because you can't poke out by more than 1, basically. If you poke out by 2, and then you whatever, like, you're screwed. So you have to just poke out by 1. Exactly 1. Okay. In that case, if you're poking out by exactly 1, we use a different method. We block this off like this, and then we figure out what to do from there. And this can be part of the poke. Ta-da! Because then you melon, and you do that, and then you make an L, and then you make an L, and then you're done, and then you've solved the puzzle. There we go. That was the key to it, basically. That was the key, was realizing that they both poke out by one. That was a kind of a satisfying way to come to a solution to it, though. I really like that. Okay, ooh. Interesting. You've given me these 4 prison cells that kind of demand a certain shape. Oh, that's really cool. I love that. That's really cool. That's a really cool way to sort of demand specific shapes in a specific area using like the mechanic of the Gemini. Okay, so I need an L shape here. I literally only have 2 options. Yeah, my job here is like they've just given me the solution. No, it's a difficulty 3. It's gonna be hard. I don't think my job is done because there's so many options for each one. I just have 2 options. Well, with the L, yeah, that's true. What about with this 1 shape though? Like the number 1, like it can be that. Or it can be that. You have more than 2? Oh, for the L? Oh, because I can do this. Oh, I see. I don't just have 2 options. Right. It could be that. That feels weird, but it might end up being correct. Let's look at this corner. Like, this thing is actually the most restrictive. Like, if we do this, it's bad because the corner is left alone. And if we... Is there any other way to make the zigzag get here? No, this has to be the tip of the zigzag. Yeah, exactly. Like the L could be here, could be there. There's like a lot of options. The zigzag, the tip of the zigzag has to be right here. Like it literally just has to be. And if this is not valid, then it has to be this. Great. Now we need to make this 1 in such a, like, I feel like this practically just has to be this, right? Yeah, it straight up has to be. This has to get this. You can't like go around it or whatever, so you just have to make a thumbs up there, which means the 1 at the very least needs these 4. We just don't know if it gets this or this, which also means that have we made a problem? What's up with this guy? He's just a zig, right? Oh no, we can do it. He can zig like this maybe? Because I was like, what comes out of the corner here? Yeah, something comes out of this corner, but it can't advance that way. It has to go up. So it's a zig. This finishes that way. And then the only way you can zig is here. And then I need to make 5 here again. And I feel like it's probably this with an L that way. And then surely the rest works out. Yes, it does. All right, we have 3 more minutes. We have 3 more minutes for 1 more puzzle. Polyominoes. No, let's save those for later. It's just the only other puzzles available are part of a set of 3. It's okay, we can stop here. We can stop here. I am getting tired. We're at 15 out of 20 for the silver in this area, but I think there's gonna be a lot more. These are cool. They're all very cool. I want to do more. Will we do more tomorrow? Yeah, probably. Quite frankly, probably. I really don't want to stop playing. Maybe. The most locked in days I have for streaming these days is Tuesdays and Thursdays. But I'm honestly not sure about next week. I think we'll probably do more tomorrow night, but I'm not sure about next week. I might just end up doing more late night streams this week, honestly. Yeah, that's probably something that's gonna happen. Okay, cool. Thanks for watching. We are going to go raid Ashiaka again, which we did yesterday. He's very chill. He's playing Final Fantasy X2 and he always watches our channel, so seems like a good raid target. I guess I'll continue playing this on stream. I'm not committing to playing the entire game on stream because especially the later puzzles might get difficult. Yeah, I hope it's going well. I mean, I was looking on SteamDB. The numbers look pretty good for like I'd say a small indie game, sort of small indie game. Um, I mean, Islands of Insight was that was with a really big publisher, so it was like maybe not indie. I don't even know what gets defined as indie. But I think you're much better off without that publisher now, I think. It seems good. I noticed like the amount of reviews on Steam like tripled between Tuesday and now. So I'm hoping that, the I think I don't know. It's so hard. I know how hard it is in the world right now where there's a million things competing for people's attention. But I feel like word of mouth among puzzle gamers is gonna have to be huge because this game just nails it. The puzzle grids, everyone loved those in Islands. They only had issues with like the online stuff. And now you have the puzzle grids. It's beautiful. The stained glass is good. The music is nice. I'm really, really hoping. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thanks for watching. Probably more tomorrow night, if not at some point in the next little while. Thanks. Bye.